and call the meeting to order this morning, and want to welcome everybody. Today's January 6, 2022, and we have a very special meeting. But before we step into that, and before I roll through, typically I'll roll through with each of the supervisors, but why don't we start off with the Pledge of Allegiance? So if everybody could please rise. And if you don't have a flag available, please face to the east and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Now, the first piece, just an opening comment, and then I'm going to roll through each of the districts so the supervisors can introduce themselves and make a statement themselves. But today we are convened to move through a process to appoint a new LD7, Legislative District 7 Senator to represent our communities in lieu of the resignation of our long-term Senator, Jamasita Peshlakai. I would like to thank former Senator Peshlakai for her leadership, dedication to the community, and dedication to our state and our nation. It truly was a privilege serving together with her over the years and working on many issues. Today's process is special. It's not often that we have an opportunity like this as a board to consider who will represent our communities in the legislature. LD7 is a special district with many Native American communities and its largest geographic area. It's very diverse with many of the opportunities and challenges that impact rural Arizona and communities beyond Native American communities. It's a cosmopolitan of many communities. Over the years, we've been very fortunate to have dedicated, hardworking, and caring legislators. Today is a special day where we as a board, listening to comments and recommendations from the Democratic Party, will make a selection of the next LD7 senator. This is an important piece to our democratic process and really is the backbone to how decision-making, budgeting, and allocations of resources and services occur within our democratic system of government. We've developed an open process and are taking all comments into consideration. I wish to thank all of those that have put their names forward to serve in this critical position on behalf of our communities in this state. And so this is the very beginning, but what I'd like to do is provide a similar opportunity for each of our supervisors. I'm going to step through and work through each supervisor to introduce themselves. I'll go to District 1, Supervisor Patrice Horseman. If you can introduce yourself and if you'd like to make a statement.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Ryan. And good morning, everyone. Happy 2022. As is not unusual for this board, we are starting out with a bang. So important work that we are doing for our community. And I am so pleased to be a part of such a great board that has taken the needs of our community as to such a great concern in 2021. And I know that will continue in 2022. So I do want to make a couple comments on Senator Peshlakai. First and foremost, thank you, thank you, thank you. Your service to us here in Northern Arizona and to the state of Arizona has been so important to us. You have provided a voice to a very diverse community. You have been a strong voice for rural Arizona, and you have been a strong voice for the Democratic Party. And I want to thank you so much for your service. And yet I know your service is going to continue, Senator Peshlakai, in a new role to represent all of Arizona and to be part of, really representing us here with the Biden administration. So congratulations to you. And I look forward to our paths crossing again and appreciate all of your service that you do. And then just a quick comment, we have three very strong candidates. I have the good fortune of knowing and having professionally worked with two of them. And I just know that they are all three very strong public servants who have the best interest of their community and of LD7 at heart. And I just so appreciate them putting themselves forward. for those of us who are doing it, some of you who have done it for a long time, being a member of an elected office is sometimes a very challenging position to be in, but an important one where we serve our community. And I know all three of these strong candidates would do a good job of serving their community and do a good job here in LD7. So Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, I look forward to working with you as we make this important decision of a replacement for Senator Peshlikai and someone that will continue her legacy and her mandates forward. So thank you very much, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Next is District 2, Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Geronimo Vasquez. I'm District Supervisor for District 2. And I just wanted to first thank Senator Peshlikai for her years of service and her leadership in the community and setting a great role model for young women all around on how she's proceeded and gone further and higher into new roles. And so really excited about the new role that she will be representing all of us. And I'm grateful for all the work that she's already done in the community. And today we're here to make a pretty serious decision to decide on who's going to continue that legacy. And as was mentioned before, we have 3 strong candidates, and I look forward to listening and learning more about them and seeing which candidate will be our best representative for LD7. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Next, we have District 4 Supervisor Judy Begay.
Judy Begay in Shiedo, Toriki in Shnido, Tedeshki, Ashin, Adult Ashi, Dashichedo, Tachine, Dashinala Ado, Takwa Hassan, Holiedo, AUC, Ado, A, Chishike, and Leoko. I want to thank everyone for joining us today, and also that, first and foremost is, I really want to thank James Sita, for being out there and, helping the people and being an advocate for us and ensuring that, starting legislations and pushing legislations through and stuff like that that will affect everyone in LD and LD7. And as mentioned before, we do have 3 strong candidates, I believe, and we do have a lot of support letters that came in for some of them. And I just want to say, it's a 24/7 job. LD7 is a big, diverse area, and it's going to take a lot, and it's a 24/7 duty and responsibility that's going to be undertaken by whoever is selected today. So I just want to say congratulations to all of you for coming forth and, really putting yourself out there to really help your people. And all 3 of the applicants have been in public service. So I just want to say thank you again. Willing to work with each and every one of you as far as board members, and then for the new year, and happy new year to everyone, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Begay. And then last we have our Vice Chair and District 5 representative, Vice Chair Supervisor Lena Fowler. Lena?
Thank you so much. I just gave my plan, and just to be respectful, thank you so much. I just want to thank my granddaughter, James Sita Peshlikai. By clan, she is my granddaughter. She's represented us in various positions through her career. And she continues in her new job that she just secured, that she'll be able to represent us with a full knowledge of the state and what our needs are in Northern Arizona. She's served in the military, and she is a veteran. She's also served in the House of Representatives. Really been happy to work with her. It's been really great. And then she served in the Senate And that is a real commitment when it comes to serving at the state, being away from your family and be dedicating yourself to your full district. District 7 is a very large district, very diverse, and then being able to work with the neighboring districts like District 6 and being able to represent the state of Arizona and your district and the state of Arizona. Coconino County is just one of the counties that is within District 7. So this position is so important, and Jane Sita was able to balance all of that and be able to give us, really represent us in a very good way, and also understand all our issues and being able to carry that, and even at the national level. So really want to thank her for that. And I believe we have really great candidates that's been presented to us from the Coconino County Democrats and the state Democrats for us to consider. I'm really excited that young women are putting themselves in public service, and some of them have been in public service, and we're really excited to be able to make that decision today. I just want to thank the candidates for coming forth and saying that they will dedicate themselves to the cause of the district as well as the state. So, and at state level, it's quite challenging. We have 15 counties in Arizona, and we have all kinds of issues, major issues that are before the state right now. So thank you so much. And we will have a strong voice, and that's what we need at the state right now. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chairman, we do have Senator Peshlikai on the attendee side. If you would like, we can pull her over, prefer to make some brief comments to the board, if that is your desire.
Yeah, I was going to move that. So great idea,
Okay.
Steve. And I welcome, and as a courtesy, as you've achieved a higher office, often you're called by that title. Senator Peshlikai.
Let me ask Lindsay to bring her over if I could.
Okay.
She's on her way. Lindsay, if you could do that, please.
And as courtesy protocol, provide an opportunity from an outgoing senator perspective. We're going to take public comments later. It's not the opportunity for endorsements either way. I would like to provide you the opportunity, stepping out of this seat, to have final comments here, Senator Peshlikai.
She is on the panelist side, so if she
Okay.
can, Senator, if you can unmute yourself. Can you try it again, Senator?
Looks like you're unmuted at this point. Can you?
Okay.
We show you unmuted, but we're not hearing you.
Let's see now. We're not picking up any audio from Senator.
Okay, so what I would suggest at this point is we can try and do outreach associated with that. In terms of the meeting itself, process, just a little bit, we'll go into greater detail of how we'll go through the interviews of each candidate later on. We are posted for call to the public, which we'll provide at the beginning of the meeting for everybody to make a comment. One way or another, we will limit everybody to 3 minutes when we do that. However, we do also need to get legal advice on process itself. where we will have to step aside. My suggestion is that we hold the call to the public to after we go through our executive session to get our legal advice. And prior to that, if we can connect with Senator Peshlikai as we come back out of the executive session, provide her with that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the board will be receiving instructions from our attorneys on process for today. This is legal advice, which is allowable as an exec session item under the open meeting law. And so each of you have received a Teams invite. And what we will customarily do is leave the Zoom. The Zoom will remain active, however, but if the board members and staff that will be participating in the exec session, if they can leave this Zoom and then use your Teams link to enter the executive session, we will be joined by attorneys to provide the advice from counsel as authorized under law. And then, of course, the Zoom will remain active for those individuals, our attendees today, to remain here. And then we will resume at the conclusion of the exec session. We will be coming back to the Zoom in order to continue the public meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and so again, for those people that are out there to watch this, or if you're a panelist, remain on the Zoom. Everybody else, the board members that need to go into executive session, if we decide to do that, we need to vote on that. We're hearing that, and then I'll turn to our attorney. Is it your advice that we go into executive session, Rose?
Yes, Chair Ryan, that is my recommendation.
Okay, so I need a motion from the board to go into executive session.
Chair Ryan, I move that we go into executive session for advice from legal counsel.
I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. I need a second.
I'll second.
I have a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. So again, board members, turn off your Zoom and then go to the Teams, and we'll see you there. And we'll be back.
Supervisor Begay, do you need assistance to get to the Teams meeting? Happy to help.
No, I'm just leading the other one.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, can everyone hear me? I'm coming across normal. Okay, thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Patrice. Patrice, say a few words, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, got it. Thank you.
And 4.
I'll just do a mic check as people come on.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, Supervisor Begay, can you speak a little more loudly, please?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. We just want to check volume. Thank you. And then Rose, can you just do a mic check on your end?
Hello,
Okay, got it. Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Chair, can you do a mic check on you, please?
Okay, I'm back.
We've got you. Supervisor Fowler, can you do a mic check? Say a few words, please.
I'm here. Thank you.
Very good. And then we're just missing Supervisor Vasquez.
Okay.
And here he comes. Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Vasquez, can you say a few words just so we can check your mic volume?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, everyone is here.
I need to log back in. My camera's not working.
Okay.
Okay, while we're waiting to get set up here, I want to welcome everybody back. For those that have joined the meeting, we are here today associated with discussions and consideration and possible action to fill the vacancy of Arizona Legislative District 7 for state senator position upon Senator Jamasita Peshlikai's resignation. And so pretty soon here, we'll have an explanation of how we got here. We will provide a public comment period. I'll go to the senator first when we do that. And then after that, we will provide an opportunity of public comment for everybody. It'll be the one time we have public comment during this meeting. We'll explain how you would do it. We're providing an opportunity for 3 minutes of public comment. And as always, as I do our public comment period, we have a great opportunity, very tough decision to make for those that'll comment. If you could, try and summarize your points and your expression of what you wish us to hear, but always, as we always do, with mutual respect for everybody that's here.
Mr. Chair, I don't see Vice Chair Fowler yet.
Okay. And so after we go through the public comment period, we'll have an explanation further of our process on an introduction of the candidates before we ask them to step off, except for the individual being interviewed. So we'll have further explanation of that. Our intent is to go through this morning, through interviews, take a lunch break, and then come back for the opportunity for discussion and possible action. And that's the general summary, but we'll go into more detail so people can understand what we're doing in each phase.
Don't see her yet.
I also want to express a sincere appreciation for everybody being patient with us. We're in the Zoom world, so the world is not perfect in the Zoom world. But also, number two is we understand how important filling this vacancy is. With the session beginning next week, it's really important that we attempt to be as expeditious as possible. And so with that, I think we're working out a pretty good process, but may not be perfect, but it's we're trying to be as fair as possible and have a really good process for everybody. And what we're doing is we're delaying, as most of you probably understand, to make sure we have all our supervisors there.
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Fowler's computer crashed and she's restarting. So she'll be on as soon as possible.
Were we able to get Senator Peshlikai back?
Let's see. Lindsay, do you want to pull, see if we can switch Senator over from attendee to panelist and see if we can get her audio check again? Okay. Senator, can you say a few words to see if we can get your audio again, please? We're still not able to. There you go. We have your, we can see you. We can't hear you though, Senator. Not yet. Okay, Lindsay, can you?
She's
Okay. Let me, I'm going to do something a little.
got the phone number there.
Yeah, hang on a minute. I'm going to do.
Oh, Steve and I are getting good at this.
Lindsay, can you let Supervisor Fowler in, please?
She's in.
Okay, check in voice for you, Lena. Are you out there?
I'm here and let me check my camera. My camera is working.
Hey.
Okay.
Computer decided to just go off.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Okay,
hear
I'm
you.
gonna put the phone to the mic so that you can say a few words. And so let's do a mic check. Can you say a few words,
Very
Senator?
creative.
Mic check. Yeah.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. And we're getting very creative in getting over these challenges. So I want to thank all of you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I wasn't expecting this. I was just being nosy and joined the video to see how things are going. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce myself. Yat a beneshik a doshit the nashas twishizani telkan taken. Ikea quashata hosh ake Diego, but a henson the quad Ikinat anin slon the cushion nache. Tratnesatea nisle can the cheatney but she's chain to the cheatney that should chain. Tendrikin at the shanella. Adona na ahasana dona sha. I want to say thank you very much for being given this opportunity to speak at the this meeting, and I want to say thank you to everybody, the people of District 7, the people of Arizona, and all that I have come to know. I was born and raised in Coconino County, lived in Wapaki, Tuba City, Flagstaff. I attended Christensen Elementary School, got my bachelor's and master's at NAU. So along this journey of life, I have come to know so many people I call family and friends. So I stand on the shoulders of so many humble, kind teachers all my life. And I want to say thank you to all of them, even my Head Start teacher, my kindergarten teacher, everybody. And for those of you that are on the Board of Supervisors, thank you for mentoring me and teaching me the knowledge that you have come across in your path of life, and all the other leaders that I have come across throughout my journey as a representative and state senator, and even the most humblest person that I have come across at chapter houses, at grocery stores, at the post office, that held me by my collar and said, "You need to do this." And I appreciate every single one of them. So that's first I want to say. And second, it was a very hard decision for me to resign, because it is truly the greatest honor to represent LD7, the greatest honor of my life. And so, but I'm going to go on to the Department of the Interior. I will be working for the Bureau of Reclamation, and the region that I will be working for is includes Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, Texas, and of course Arizona. So I feel like in being impactful and continuing on the journey of life, learning, and it's always about taking up new challenges and taking risk. And like the Board of Supervisors said, I have tried to be a role model and a mentor for those in this life. And so I just want to say that I know the Board of Supervisors will do a great job. I know all of you are passionate, compassionate, and dedicated to public service and doing the right thing. So I appreciate that. And to the person that is appointed today, I wish you well. And remember, one of the things that as I approach my work as a state representative, I always remember that that to look at the big picture, that we are all in this life together. And nobody in the legislature is there to do harm. They are all there to do what they think is best. And our country is going through a lot of challenging times. And then just to be wise in your decisions and refer back to local leaders like Board of Supervisors, mayors, and the people that elected well, they didn't elect you because you're going to be appointed, but the people that are your constituents, their voice is number one. And we might not all always agree on things, but we always try to do the best for the greater good. And this is only, and then also we need to remember our place in history, and to always think about future generations. And that's how I have done my work. And I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you that that are being considered as appointees. And I wish you the best. And you're going to be working with a great group of people at the state legislature. And I have left 32 bills on my desk for the appointee to sign and walk that baby through the Senate, the House, and onto the governor's desk and put into state law so we can get funding for LD7 and put in a lot of new great programs. So thank you very much. So thank you very much. And to the board, I do not envy your job this day. You have a lot of great candidates, and each of those candidates, I wish you well.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Stateswoman to the end, really appreciate it. And not to the end because you're continuing on. Wonderful. Okay, so here we are. We're ready to initiate a process, but we want to go into a little bit more, provide the opportunity for our county attorney. Shortly thereafter, we'll have staff explain the process. I'll be stepping out of the chairmanship role, similar to what we did when we did the appointment of supervisor, and put the supervisors in an observation role with questions, and then we can always do follow-up questions. So we'll have a staff guided process while we go through that. So let me turn it over to our county attorney and explain a little bit about how we got here and what we're doing.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. Yes, I'll just briefly go over, like you said, how we got here, what the process has been so far. I'll say first that the filling of a vacancy in the legislature is governed by ARS 41-1202. And it indicates that when a vacancy occurs in the legislature, if the person vacating the seat was a part of a recognized political party, then that political party gets together within a particular period of time, in this case 21 days, because the legislature is not in session just yet, and that the elected precinct committee persons who are within the district in which the vacancy is occurring get together to consider and nominate 3 individuals who are both within the district and within the county of residence of the vacating legislator. And so those 3 candidates, those are at least the initial qualifications in terms of being eligible for nomination to fulfill the vacancy. So the party then votes and selects those 3 nominees. And then those 3 names are sent to the Board of Supervisors. And then the board then makes the decision as to which one should be appointed and makes the appointment to fill that vacancy. So the 3 candidates who the board will be considering today were considered and nominated by the party that Senator Peshlikai is a member of, and that is the Democratic Party. And again, they both reside within Coconino County and within the legislative district that they are being considered to represent. Additional qualifications that are put forth by the Arizona Constitution are that the individual must be a citizen of the United States, must be over 25 years old, must have been a resident of Arizona for at least 3 years, and a resident of the county from which they are elected, or in this case appointed, for at least 1 year prior to the appointment. And we did verify all of those qualifications as to each of the candidates. So at that point, or at this point, it is up to the board to take the three names provided to it and consider those three names and select one of those individuals and appoint that person to the vacant seat. Oh, you're on mute, Chair Ryan.
My mouse is lost over on the other screen, so it took me a minute to get off of mute there. Thank you, Rose. And so that lays the foundation of where we're going and the decisions we need to make. Trey will be explaining more of the process. We do have the three candidates. One thing that we will do is we will bring them on to screen just to introduce who the candidates are. For the sake of the candidates, it's not the interview process just yet or the introductions. It's more of who are the candidates. Let's see who you are. I do have a question, the question associated with sequestering for fairness associated with the questions that I do want to ask each candidate on as well. So if we could go ahead and bring our candidates over into the panelist, Lindsay, that would be very good.
Chair Ryan, I have them all as panelists.
Okay. Provide the opportunity here, and let's see. So we have three recommended panelists or recommended candidates for this position from the Democratic Party. And what I'll do is I'll introduce you. You'll be able to correct how I say your name. And give you a chance to say hello, but it's not the opening, here's all my background. It's just a quick hello and an introduction for the audience. So I'll start off with Teresa Hataflau. Oh gosh, I have implants in my mouth too. So Teresa, please say your name. I apologize. Yeah.
My name is Teresa Hatafli.
Yeah.
Shea bibithonin ishle ashin bashichin tobai dashiche do tedishkijin edashanale ado tekon hasanade ade eyanasha. I am Teresa Hatafli. I am a lifetime resident of Coal Mine Mesa, which is now Coal Mine Canyon, due to the long-standing Navajo and Hopi land dispute. And I'm truly honored and humbled by the nominations, and thank you very much. And I look forward to answering any questions that you may have. And in case I don't have an opportunity to, I would like to say thank you, Shitsui, Senator James C. Tepeshlekai, for your exemplary leadership and paving the way for the next leadership. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Teresa. And my apologies on your name. Gwen Ward. I'm going right across the screen, so I'll go to Gwen Ward next.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Gwen Ward. And I'm a resident of Tuba City, Arizona. I've also lived there my whole life, and I'm thankful to be here.
All right, thank you, Gwen. And then we have Pearl Yellerman.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, honorable members of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. Shananta, good morning. And to the nominees, Hayate, Teresa, and Gwen, good morning. And to Senator Peshakai, Shananta, for your leadership and for your message this morning. And I appreciate this opportunity to come before the board this morning. And Shay, Pearl Yellowman, Yinshia, Adon Schlinigi, Aid Senabilinshia, Adon Glizatlana Bushish Chin, Kobahanda Shichado, Hanagane Deshanala, Ada IC Twinistiza Aden Nasha. I am from Tuba City, was born and raised in Tuba City, and have many family, relatives, classmates throughout District 7. And I'm very appreciative of this time here. So good morning to all.
All right, well, welcome all of you. And then just a note, I'll ask this question now before we go to the public comment process. After that, we'll have Trey explain the process that we'll go through. But part of that is we've asked each of you individually if you'd be willing to sequester yourself while the other candidates are being interviewed, in fairness, so that you get the questions new rather than having seen it through the interview. Are you willing to remove yourself while the other candidates are being interviewed? And I'll start with Teresa, and I'll go across to Gwen and then Pearl. Teresa, are you willing to do that? You're muted.
Sorry. Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gwen? And I think you're trying to get off mute, but if you aren't, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you.
Oh, there you go. Okay, thank you. And then Pearl?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. And then for the sake of the public and family members and friends, if you could refrain from texting and emailing the candidates. We're trying to provide a fair opportunity for each candidate to be spontaneous, hear the questions, new, nothing that they've seen before as we go through the process. If you could refrain from that, we certainly would appreciate that. Okay, now, next piece of the meeting is, and we did say that we would provide an opportunity. This is the one opportunity for the call to the public. We will provide an opportunity for each individual to introduce yourself if you do so in the traditional way. And then after that, we're giving you 3 minutes that we ask you to put your comments in. I'll ask that you stop commenting at the 3-minute point, and then we'll move on to the next person. For the public comment period, Lindsay Daly, our clerk of the board, will explain, and we have both the electronic process as well as telephone process. So Lindsay, if you can explain that.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. If you would like to make a comment, you can raise your hand by hitting the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover at the bottom of your screen and you're in the Zoom meeting. If you're on the telephone, you'll just want to hit *9, and that will essentially raise your hand on the phone. And then we can allow you to speak and unmute you.
All right, and so at this point, if you would Rand, we'll go ahead and we'll work through the Zoom piece first, and then we'll go to the telephone pieces after that. If you could raise your hand, we will provide you an opportunity for public comment. And I need to go over there and see. Is there anybody that would like an opportunity to provide public comment? And this will be your only opportunity during this process for this. Okay.
There are no hands raised at this time, Chair Ryan.
Okay. Let's go to the phone, explain the process. I'll come back to the Zoom one more time after that. Lindsay, go ahead and explain the phone again.
If you've joined the meeting by phone, you can hit *9, and that will notify us that you would like to speak and raise your hand via phone. So again, that's *9.
Is there anybody that would like to do that? Go ahead and please press *9. Okay. We are not seeing anybody wishing to take advantage of this opportunity. One last time for the phones. Press *9. Not seeing anything. Anybody? We'll go ahead and close off the phones. Let's go back to, if you'd like to comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. Okay. I have one raised hand out there, it looks like. Lindsay?
That's correct. I have Rose Tohi's hand up, and I can go ahead and allow her to talk.
Okay. And Rose, I think you heard my explanation. We'll provide the opportunity for you to introduce yourself. After that, we'll provide you 3 minutes of comment. Welcome.
Thank you, everybody. Happy New Year. I really appreciate the time that we are given on this day. Rose Tohin, Shadow, Kinachi, I mean, Tachi Nota and Shnido, Kinachi Bashin, Zoda Shinaldo, Ashida Shiche, but I stand in Shlikonde. And I have been living here in Flagstaff for most of my teen years and into my adult years here. I've earned my degrees from NAU, both bachelor's and master's. And just speaking to this topic, I also want to appreciate Senator Peshligai for the words that she spoke earlier. And I really appreciate the encouragement that she has and that for everybody, and the emphasis she put on being having compassion and passion for the work that you're going to be doing, whoever is elected or selected. I just want to give my 2 cents on I think that the Board of Supervisors will have a very tough time trying to decide who might be the appointee, as these are very strong women and have all really framed themselves and have experience in the leadership of matriarchal leadership. And I really appreciate that they have stepped forward for our people. And I just want to say that my heart and my prayers are with you as the County Board of Supervisors, and also the candidates that have applied. And I think also just keep in mind that really you're representing a lot, and also you're also representing those relatives that are living in the border areas, as well as our children who are studying and going to school in the border areas of our nation, at least in the border towns of this district. A call. I just want you to just remember that as the statistics go, that we have more than 50% of our people living off nation lands. And just to keep that in mind, that their hearts are there with the people and the land, but they have to go elsewhere to make a living and earn their education. So just keeping that in mind and going forward all the time with prayer and the things that you have to do to keep in touch, both with elders and with our youth. As thank you for the time, Chair.
All right, thank you, Rose. Lindsay, because I'm using different screens, I can't see who's raising their hand, but we have a second hand out there.
That's correct. We do have somebody on the phone that would like to speak. The phone number is 385-985-9466. So I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak, and you'll just need to unmute yourself. Again, the phone number is 385-985-9. There you go. Okay, go ahead.
Hello.
And please, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, this is Verlin Joe. I live in Tuba City, Arizona.
Welcome.
Thank you. I was wondering, is this a moment for like endorsement or just comment on the session?
You have the opportunity either way. It's public comment period. We'll provide you 3 minutes after introductions.
Okay. Yeah, then Shay Verlin Joe Yanishia, but the English went to Tabahanta Shay. I live in Tuba City, Arizona. I've been a PC for Democratic Party since 2018 and became a state committee member 2019. And I'd like to thank everyone for being here today and having this meeting set up and swiftly getting nominees for the Senate position. I would also like to thank Senator Peshakai for serving our state and communities. I'd like to do a quick endorsement for Gwen Ward. We've worked together for several years, reached out to many communities, helped with the Bennett Freeze projects, do community outreach, and overall just been participating with the Navajo Nation and flag staff members. And we would like to have fair representation throughout the state. And I've never seen anyone so dedicated to serving the community. He's been there since 2016, I believe. I've never seen anyone more loyal for helping everyone she can. That's about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's see. Now, Lindsay, I'm not seeing any more hands out there. One last chance that I'll provide. It's technology is always a challenge, so we're trying to be patient, allow the opportunity for people to try and navigate this. One last chance. Either press *9 on your phone or raise your hand on Zoom. Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and close the public comment process. We're not seeing any more hands out there. Is that correct, Lindsay? I'll just get a confirmation, just make sure.
That's correct, Chair Ryan.
Okay. With that, we'll now start to move into explanation of process. After we go through the explanation of the process by Trey, we will ask the candidates to step off until we have each, until their turn. So I'll turn to Trey Williams, our Public Affairs Director. Trey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, supervisors, and esteemed candidates. It's great to be with you all here today. I just wanted to give you a brief overview of the process that we will now go through to interview each of the candidates. Thank you very much for your opening statements. My role today is help to facilitate questions and answers between each of you as candidates and the Board of Supervisors. We've allotted a total of 2 hours for this interview for each of you, 30 minutes per candidate. We have 5 questions for each of you to answer today regarding priorities and regarding your potential legislative service. And then each supervisor will also have the opportunity to ask you a follow-up question, as well as to make commentary after each of those 5 questions. And as Chair Ryan indicated, out of fairness, we have asked that each of you sequester yourselves during the interview portion of today's meeting in order to allow us to fairly ask fresh questions to each candidate and give them the fair opportunity to answer based off of their own knowledge. So that's the process for the interview. And we will go in alphabetical order, just as we did for the opening statements to conduct the interviews. So we will start with Teresa Hatatli, and then move to Gwen Ward and conclude with Pearl Yellowman. So Mr. Chair, that is the process and the interview structure. I'm happy to answer any questions from the board, or Mr. Chair, with your permission, from the candidates as well.
Okay, yes, and it is a good opportunity in each way. Any questions from the board yourself, the board on this? And I'm not seeing any from the board. Candidates, do you have any questions related to the process? I would encourage you to have a little pen for the questions, just from a process. Anytime you get into interviews, sometimes as much as you want to retain a question, you might want to write it down and help you through your process on that. Okay, well, then what we're doing is we're prepared to begin with our first candidate. So I'll ask that we have Ms. Yellowman and Ms. Ward remove yourself from the process right now. And once Lindsay confirms that's done, we'll initiate the process with Trey. And I'll step out of the chairmanship role with Trey conducting the interviews on behalf of all the board, and that'll allow me to participate with the rest of the board members in a nice equal way here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's okay with everyone and if everyone's ready to go, we'll go ahead and get started with the questions. Thank you, first of all, Ms. Hatatli, for being with us here today. We're looking forward to getting to know you better and to this interview. So the first question is related to getting to know your priorities if you were successfully appointed to the position. What are your long-term and short-term priorities when representing LD7 in the state Senate? And that's to get an idea of what you hope to accomplish in the short term, and then if you plan to run for the position, which that's another part of this question, do you plan to run for the seat if appointed? And then how would you serve if appointed, and how would you implement those long-term and short-term priorities for LD7?
Thank you very much, Shanat. To all the members of the board, Coconino County Board of Supervisors. As I stated earlier, it is an honor and a privilege to provide this time some answers for your line of questioning. First of all, my short-term goals, as you know, this is the latter half of the term, and it's roughly about 11 months. And I have worked extensively with the previous leaders, most recently Senator Peshlikai, since she's been in office. And I do know that the hours that she has kept, I am aware of the initiatives that she has been working on. The 32 bills that she has spoken of. And so, and it ranges from veteran issues to missing and murdered relatives, or actually Indigenous women, and then also from all walks of life. And then also education, voter suppression, all of those are hot items, topics that are at the state level. And so my short-term priorities is to ensure that those bills are moving along through the committees, the appropriate committees, and then also with the intent of sending it across to the House of Representatives for support also. I know it's very important to study and then to become aware of the priorities of other senators. And over the years, I have come to know and to be introduced to them by Senator Peshlikai. And so, and then I also through research have found what their priorities and their long-standing support have been in various areas of their bills. And so there's one adage that Senator Peshlikai has always said over the years, and she says, the hardest part, the most challenging part is the charm, and then the rest is downhill. But I know, you know, humor is what being optimistic, being positive has kept her on her toes all these years. But I know it's been a tough job to cover the land base of LD7. And so my short-term priorities is just that, is to continue to carry forward the bills that are important, because she has already invested a lot of time and effort into that. And so the invested time is very important, and it's valuable at this point. So long-term goals, for me, in my years of advocacy for my community, most importantly, I think that in order to improve a community, it's so vital that education, quality education, is a priority. And with that, we've heard the discussions on school vouchers that were approved by majority Republicans last year, which, you know, I don't support, because majority of LD7 is in the rural communities, and those rural communities do not have access to private education. And then again, the opportunity cost of providing vouchers to individuals from rural communities is just unjust because of the financial investment that they would have to make. And so many rural districts also have the highest percentage of unemployment and low income. So I think that's important to note. Long-term goals is making sure that we have access to quality education, and to have many of our schools have resources provided to them. Here in many of these communities, the metropolitan areas have those resources, but out in the rural areas, they are limited in the scope, the range, and the reach of the resources that they can have in order to have quality education. And so I think it's important to fund public education and to have access to those resources. So, and then also to be able to have access to higher education, and to make it accessible is most important, because there is a direct linkage between K through 12 and higher ed. And so the long-term impacts of that is to instill the quality of education, and in the end to produce and mold and mentor and advise our people to be independent, to be self-reliant. And those are many of the one facet of nation building. And I think that that's important for the tribes, the various indigenous tribes of LD7 and many of the communities here in Arizona. So that's long term. And of course, including the municipalities such as Flagstaff and many of the smaller communities. Of course, we have White Mountain Apaches, as well as San Carlos, and as Shate Supervisors Fowler indicated earlier, 15 counties in Arizona and 7 of them being in Legislative District 7. So I hope that answers your question to some extent. If not, you know, you're welcome to ask me more.
Thank you very much for your answer. And just to clarify, do you plan to run if appointed for the position?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. And I will now open it up to the board for follow-up questions or commentary. On this question. And you can raise your hand or obviously speak up. Yes, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, hi, and good morning, Teresa. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
You know, obviously this is in Phoenix, Arizona, and I'm assuming that since you are asking for an appointment, that you are committed to being in Phoenix during the legislative session, as of course they are not appearing via Zoom or via internet. You need to be there in person. So you are prepared to be down in Phoenix for the term of this legislative session.
I do want to say that over the years, one capacity that I have filled was being appointed by the Navajo Nation president to the Diné College Board of Regents. And many times I have traveled all over the reservation to the state capitol to testify and to provide evidence on opportunities that could come about. And then also traveling to Washington, D.C. Gosh, you know, at the time when Diné College in Tuba City was being established, that's the first time that the transportation privilege tax was being requested for that site, and it was awarded. And so I remember traveling and getting data and statistics and going, this was way before, you know, email and everything. So driving all the way to the chapter and back the next day, I'm no stranger to the roads of Arizona. But yes, I would be there every day. I have, in my history with my appointed position, I have probably only missed 4 days of not being in attendance at any of my required meetings. And 2 of those is because of the loss of my parents.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I move on, any other board members have a follow-up question or commentary for Ms. Atatli? Okay, moving to the next question. Legislative District 7 includes many tribal nations, including 9 tribes, the Hualapai, the Havasupai, the Kaibab Paiute, the San Juan Southern Paiute, the Navajo, the Hopi, White Mountain Apache, San Carlos Apache, and a small portion of the Zuni Pueblo. What experience do you have working with tribal members and nations in Arizona? And what are 1 or 2 important issues currently confronting tribal nations and their residents in northern and central Arizona?
Well, I have worked while in my capacity at Diné College. As I mentioned earlier, we had to provide testimony to various committees. And so the current tribal chairman, as well as his staff, we have combined forces on a number of issues, one being education and the other one being veterans. Those are the two main issues. And then of course, there's other issues such as funding public service entities that are there on the Navajo Nation. On the Hopi Nation. So in that capacity and in that time, that's basically what we worked on. And this is at the time when Senator Peshlikai first took office, and it was just I realized that, I guess when you're in that capacity, to be educated and to be knowledgeable on these important issues is very important, because we need to collaborate as Indigenous nations. We need to know and be educated on what is important in their communities, what would benefit them, because you can be one day doing a testimony on Navajo Nation, higher education, the next minute providing testimony on the importance of funding the veterans program with the Hopi Nation. And additionally, also our new little sister, San Carlos College was there at the time, securing financing to start their institution. And of course, that venture there was so important to their people, to their nation. And I always find it an honor that that's something that we were able to support. Access to higher education is very important, and that's one of the things that that we all have in common. And then other issues that are also important is just the inequities of the majority not knowing that, yes, we may be provided a budget and it may be approved, but then there's so many strings attached. By the time that we are able to have access, it's like, oh my goodness, the deadline, the grant reporting is right then and there. But those are some of the challenges that are constantly put in our place. And those are the issues that need to be addressed also.
Thank you for that answer. I will now open it up to board members for follow-up questions or commentary. Okay, hearing none, last call. Oh,
No.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and sorry,
No worries.
Teresa, just one follow-up, and especially given the changes to the redistricting that was just done and the changes to the Legislative District 7 map, which now include half of Flagstaff and some of Greater Flagstaff, Northern Flagstaff areas, some rural and some urban, like as urban as you can be in Flagstaff, I guess, but certainly more urban needs. And I'm assuming that I'd like to make sure we have a commitment that to represent all of the residents of Legislative District 7. And we are so lucky that we have such a diverse population up here in Northern Arizona with different backgrounds and different cultures and different sensibilities, quite frankly. So would like to hear from you on that.
Well, I always think that there are more than one way to skin a cat. And this issue right here, I believe, is one of the cornerstones to voter suppression. And, the recent vote that happened, I do believe that this is just one way that they wanted to water down the vote. They wanted to, there's many strategies that they wanted to accomplish. But I think that the important thing that in this situation is to become knowledgeable with that new district, and then also with the new district team, which I understand becomes certified. It was approved on December 31st, and which becomes certified on January 18th. And so that's part of my research that's, you know, I don't know all there is to it, but I have been against it from the start and I have voiced more than my disapproval with it, but you know, we can only do so much. But right here, what I would like to do is become educated and then to go forward with making those introductions and then to explore the areas and then assess their needs and then continue to put strategies in place to make sure that we raise those communities also.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Vice Chair Fowler, and then I'll go to Chair Ryan.
Okay, thank you. So we're talking about tribal governments and we have 21 tribes in state of Arizona. I was wondering what other issues and other priorities that tribes have from LD7 to the state and how you plan to work with them. Thank you. Yeah, Shade. I know that it would require the diplomacy to knock on somebody's door, the leadership's door, and to go out there and to ask those important questions in order to learn about what the needs are. And then also, like I stated earlier, I know that Senator Peshlikai has also done a lot of the legwork, and then there are 32 bills that she has already completed. I have not seen those bills yet, but I know that reading them and learning about that would be beneficial to the overall scope of making sure that these all 21 of these tribes to be aware of what their needs are. I know education is very important. I know broadband is very important to have our communities access to broadband. In this day and age, it's very important. And then it also is important as far as emergency communication. For example, one of the top issues in the state of Arizona is the missing and murdered Indigenous women and also the LGBTQ community. And those are all hot topics. And that's where we have those issues that are in common. It's not just limited to higher ed. It's not just limited to education or even public education, but it also includes veterans, making sure that veterans have those programs accessible to them. Even transportation can be an issue, has been an issue for many of our veterans. And then even victims advocates. There are plenty of programs out there that are limited to many of our people, our Indigenous people. And I think that overall, those are important topics. And then, of course, we have the water issues. That continues to be a important topic. And looking forward and going forward 11 months, these are issues that are monumental. And I think that in order to address these challenges, it's going to take a whole lot longer than those 9 months or those 10 months or even the 11 months that are going to be provided for the tenure of this position. And so we talk also about land-based issues, voter suppression, and I think that for now, that's
that's all I have. Sorry if I didn't answer your question completely, Shade.
Oh, it's great. Thank you, Jana.
Thank you, Vice Chair Feller. I now then have Chair Ryan, and then after that I have Supervisor Vasquez. Chair Ryan, you're on mute.
Yeah, I keep losing my mouse here, or my prompt. I can't think of it. Anyway, let me swing into this just for a moment. Actually, I'm just doing a little bit of follow-up to Supervisor Horstman's question. And the question was not only to Native American communities, but being a state representative, and we're dealing with state government, other communities within the district, how will you approach representing those communities?
I know I can safely say that I don't travel much to other communities, and but that is a requirement for this position in order to do the research and then to also hear. A lot of times what you hear in government is not the same as what you hear when you're out there and you talk to people and you receive, I think, a more genuine response other than something that could be just pulled off of a website or off of statistics. But those stories that are out there, those examples that are out there are very important to hear, because that's what builds a community, and that's what builds the desire to be compassionate about your work in order to advocate for people. And so overall, visiting those communities and always having that open door policy so that they can have access to me. Should I be given this opportunity, that is something that I would do.
Thank you.
And now over to Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for applying and going for this opportunity. I did have a follow-up question on Chair Ryan's question, and that was about representing all of your constituents in District 7, including non-Indigenous folks. And so I just was wondering if you could give us an example of a time that you had to represent folks that you weren't so close with, but that you still were part of the, their representative, maybe like a college or whatnot. I'm sorry.
I don't know if I have an issue with my technology, or I don't know what the issue is, but I kind of have some feedback every once in a while. Thank you for the question, Supervisor Vasquez. I have a time that I have worked as a, in my lifetime, I have worked in Flagstaff. I worked at the Native Americans for Community Action, and then also I have worked as a consultant to advocate for individuals so that they have access to resources to help them with childcare, and then also rental assistance and other services. And in that capacity, there's one thing that my parents always taught me was the importance to see individuals as five-fingered beings, not by color, and so not by ethnicities, because we all have that commonality that we have needs and we have hardships. And so when there is a need and you're capable and you're in the capacity to assist or to help, then that should be the situation. You shouldn't have to be asked is what they have always taught me. And that's one of the foundational teachings within our culture. So I do realize that in Legislative District 7, there are many ethnicities, and advocating for people is my life work, is my passion. With the understanding that when you're provided those tools, you would utilize those tools to overcome your challenges, whatever they may be. And so that is a way for you to empower yourself, not constantly, there's a mindset out there that the concept or the word in our culture is shah. That's not something that I believe in. I believe in advocating and providing tools and resources so an individual can overcome their challenges. And that's how I look at all people. And that's how I have worked with all people. So, and I look forward to carrying that same work ethic going forward for Legislative District 7.
Great, thank you. And so just because one of my large constituency base in District 2 is the Latino Hispanic population. I was wondering how you were planning on representing that constituency as well as some of the others, and also, if you're, how entrenched you are in the community, or how willing you are to be entrenched in the community.
Some of my education included being in Flagstaff. And one of my greatest honors while being employed in Flagstaff and going to school was being on the mayor's council. And so I have worked with Dr. Coral Evans. I'm so happy for, her recent accomplishments. I have worked with the recent Coconino County Supervisor, Liz Archuleta. And it's wonderful, to have been mentored and then also to learn from their leadership. And so I don't see any reason not to work with the Latino community. I have some great friends in and around Flagstaff in your district. I don't know if you know Manuel Soto. We have, yeah, he's a wonderful young man. So I have no qualms with working with your constituents in your county or your district. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Supervisor Begay, it looks like she has a follow-up. Oh, you're muted, Supervisor.
Morning, Shadeja.
Oh, yeah.
Ado, thank you for this interview and you coming forward to be part of, helping everyone else, to help the people out there that we serve. And mine is just as a large land base for LD7. It was mentioned already that there's urban, rural, there's reservations, there's other tribes, and it's going to be like pulling off which ways and understanding the traditional cultures and the way people do and say things and get things done. So it's something that I know that you have capabilities of doing. And so I just want to say that my follow-up question was already asked by Matt. So, but anyway, I just want to say a hat for this opportunity, and as far as getting your questions answered. And on here, I think you kind of touched base, and the question that we had was, what experience do you have working with tribal members in Arizona? And do all as a public servant, you work with all sorts of people out there, and whether they are, of all cultures, and things like that. So, so my follow-up question was that, but I just wanted to say that. So thank you.
Yeah, Shonda.
Thank you. And so for the next question, it actually tied into some of your answer to Supervisor Geronimo or Supervisor Vasquez and his question. So I just whatever you can cover that's new for time's sake for this question. This next question is, how do you see your interests and backgrounds related to the long-term needs and priorities of LD7 residents? As you know, it spans, I believe it's 7 counties and the 9 tribes that we discussed. So just to reiterate the question, how do you see your interests and background relating to the long-term needs and priorities of LD7 residents overall? And you already answered this a little bit with Supervisor Vasquez, so I wanted to see if there was anything you wanted to add.
Mhm. Thank you. I have more than 20 years of experience working in positive youth development. And then also the preservation and the relearning of ancient wisdom, ancestral knowledge, and what our elders have to teach us. Because no matter what walks of life you come from, it's very important to know your identity. There's plenty of times that I have been called upon to provide testimony, to provide insight, and I always believe that what I stand behind is my ancestors. And when I introduce myself in my clans, that's already setting those protective layers for me, no matter what I encounter. And so the concepts of beauty and the concepts of protection is already there. And I truly believe that the foundation that my parents have instilled in me, and to continue the work of advocacy for our people, for Indigenous people, and for us as 5-fingered beings is very important. With that also comes the sacred duty to be a mentor, and then also that sacred duty to continue to protect our Mother Earth and all of the natural elements that we have around us. And I only say that because I have children, and one day I hope to become a grandmother. And then again, for my great-grandchildren going down the road, I would like for them to experience what I see today. And so overall, the concepts of nation building is very important to all walks of life. It's just not limited to one. It's not limited to just one region or one area. But I do know that there are many inequities out there that need to be brought to light in order to collaborate, to communicate, and communicate to understand, not communicate to respond, and to have the diplomacy to come to an agreement, but to continue to stand on those values, in this case, the values of the Democratic Party, and then also to the Coconino County Board of Supervisors for people who have spoken on my behalf and have supported me in this venture. And all the time I am honored and privileged to have been nominated for this position. But I believe that with my education, I have a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration. And then also I have a certificate in human resource. My specialty was actually organizational psychology. And by the time I was ready to take my capstone classes, majority of the professors had retired. So I ended up, I had all the credentialings for human resource. So I ended up fulfilling that category. And then I also have Diné Cultural Studies from Diné College. And then most importantly is I'm a lifetime learner of my environment. And then for those individuals that I associate with, those individuals that I work with, to learn from their leadership. And as Senator Peshlikai said earlier, I stand on their shoulders, and it's a responsibility that I don't take lightly. I do not take that lightly at all. And so even here amongst you, I find it a privilege to be here before you, Shinata. But to have the experience as Shade, Supervisor Begay shared earlier, you come across individuals, all walks of life. Some are genuine and some are not. There's going to be plenty of hardship out there, but there's also going to be plenty of opportunity. And so you have to weigh both of those and to be able to utilize it as a teaching moment and to learn from it, and then to reset and then set another strategy to accomplish goals.
Thank you.
I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Any follow-up question or from members of the board? Okay, last call. Moving on to next to last question. This is actually related to some of what you were talking about in your previous answer. Economic development, land use, natural resources, emergency preparedness, and infrastructure are important topics in rural Arizona. What experience do you have working on public policy in these areas?
I currently am a logistics manager, and then I am also a legislative liaison, and I work for an entity called Yehaol Nido, and that's a Navajo term for our organization, for our initiative. And it basically means to give fortitude and hope to whomever we're providing services to. And that comes in the form of education and providing direct relief in the face of this current day monster in our language, Nayet, which is COVID-19. And I've been in this work since just right before it started, and it was reported on our reservation, which is March 15th. This organization I'm a co-founder of, and it's 12 women, Indigenous women, who came together and started the largest GoFundMe fundraising campaign for the Navajo and Hopi reservations. So most importantly is education, and we provided education in English, and then we did translation in Navajo, and then taking the education perspective from a cultural perspective about respecting life, respecting what the Creator has provided to you, not just for us, but also for the Hopi people. We provided the necessities such as PPE. And I know that the state of Arizona, we have the lack of mandates, or I think pretty much it's just a party affinity to mask or the lack thereof. But overall, those are the emergency, addressing the emergency, the public health emergency needs of today. And we have collaborated and worked with the nurses who have provided the silent protest at the state capitol. We have also, or I have worked also with the retired physicians, medical doctors out of Scottsdale to help move this initiative. So many people I have had work with me. I also realized that we have infrastructure issues all over Legislative District 7. A majority of that is the challenges, the financial challenges that are associated that is basically regarding the distance that the infrastructure would have to be carried, whether it's water, electricity, or even, again, that topic of today, which is broadband. We need broadband in order to address, the important areas of our daily livelihood. So those are, and you talked about infrastructure, land base. Did you say water also? The natural environments?
Natural resources, yes.
Natural
which
resources.
includes water.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I'm most happy that that Bears Ears was restored. I'm not a proponent of uranium mines. I'm not a proponent of, and it's most important that we preserve our environment. I think that the health of the earth is very important because that's where we get our food from. And so to be able to preserve our national monuments, and then also even our carbon levels in the community and how we use water. I look at Lake Powell and I'm like, that is not what I grew up with when I was growing up. I used to swim all the way around Lone Rock and now I can walk around it. So but I think it really has to do with how we use water at the southern end of Arizona. And we need to advocate for that. We need to make sure that we protect the use of our lands, even the San Francisco Peaks. That's such a pristine, wonderful, beautiful site, and it should be preserved. And we should protect it from those artificial chemicals or effluents that have been continuous in use there at the peaks. And then protecting our waters also. We have the Little Colorado River. We have the rains that come down from all areas, from the lands. And I look at Lake Mary right near there. I drive through there quite a bit. I raise my kids around there fishing and canoeing and whatnot. And so it is a big concern, and we need to advocate to make sure that hopefully one day our water tables will be restored. We learn how to preserve our water so that our underground water storages are continuing to flourish.
Thank you. I will now open it up to follow-up questions from the board. Yes, Chair Ryan.
Let me get off mute there. Thank you, Teresa, for everything. So this question, tell me about your current job employment, how much time it takes, noting that a senator's job is a full-time commitment. How do you see yourself managing time and devoting your efforts on behalf of District 7?
Over the years, the passion that I have for advocating at various levels, I've had many times to make a decision, and these decisions have been tough, but for the greater good of those individuals that I serve, I realize that in this capacity, I know the importance, I know the weight. I can't say I know, I shouldn't say that, but I realize and I have seen the weight of this position. I have seen the hours. I know that there's times that the sessions have gone right into midnight. And I am in a better place today to be able to work it so that I'm not a 40-hour employee. That's not something that I do on a weekly basis. It is an important job, but I'm sure that given time and effort, there's an individual that may be out there that can possibly elevate the position going forward. And I realize also that with my appointed position too. I understand that.
So you know it'll take a lot of time to do this position.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Yes.
Thank you.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and just following up what Chair Ryan had stated. So, Teresa, you would continue your current commitments as well as take on this commitment and just try to find more time in your day. Is that what you're saying?
Certainly, this job would take a majority of my time being an Arizona State Senator. And I have had this discussion with my family, and they don't believe in having too many irons in the fire. So yes, I realize that I may have to end one job in order to do this one. I'm well aware of that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other follow-up questions from members of the board before we move to our final question? Okay, the final question is related to actually.
Supervisor Begay had a question there. She was
Sorry,
flagging you while you were looking down. Yeah.
Please, yes.
Thank you, Trey. I guess one area that I wanted to ask about is what experience do you have in working on public policies in the areas that you mentioned? Working on the policies. Public policy, I guess is what it is.
So I have worked in various capacities. I have worked on providing information, providing statistics in which Senator Peshlikai has developed her bills on higher education. And then also with the missing and murdered Diné relatives, which is a Navajo Nation initiative, and it is currently spearheaded by Navajo Nation Councilwoman Amber Crotty. And so as an individual that was assigned to that on behalf of Diné College, I have worked quite extensively with the Navajo Nation Diné relative, missing Navajo Nation missing Diné relatives, which is MMDR, that's the acronym. And the reason why we've done that work is basically because what the national group and entity has, the Navajo Nation does not compare in the resources or even the infrastructure of communication or even technology. We don't have those accesses. So that's the reason why we had to create that backbone, that skeleton to make it happen. So we provided a lot of that information to the state committee, which Senator Peshlikai also co-chaired. So a lot of that data was utilized there from the Navajo Nation perspective. And then at the congressional level, we have worked on the Diné College Act, which has been in place for more than 50 years. It's a separate congressional act separate from any other higher ed institute of the tribal colleges.
Any follow-up, Supervisor Begay? Are you good?
I'm good with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move into our final question? So for the final question, it is related to Supervisor or Chair Ryan's question related to time management. What process will you use to get feedback from constituents and residents? And how do you plan to communicate with your residents?
As I stated earlier, I know it's very important for constituents to have access to their leaders, be it telephone, internet, or even in-person one-on-one visits, whether it's on their part or on my part. I realize that there are already bills that are ready to be submitted. Excuse me. But making sure that the collaboration and communication is in place so that we have the information to move those bills forward. In which case, most likely I'll be doing the knocking on the doors, that I will be the one that's doing research and outreach. And I have no issues with that as far as seeking input and statistics, or even inviting individuals to come in and provide the testimony, which in my case has happened on many occasions. I was provided contact and I had to collect what resources I needed, information I needed, and I'm the one that made those long travels. But that's something, I wouldn't have an issue with traveling, but that's something that going forward would be very important.
Thank you. I'll now open it up to the board for follow-up questions. Hearing none, Supervisor Horstman.
Just obviously COVID has created so many challenges for all of us with regards to outreach, and especially in urban, or especially in rural part of Arizona. So I appreciate your extensive response on that, and just thank you for being here with us this morning and for your interest in this position, and because it's a big one, and for your community service. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, I will turn it back over to you as that concludes the questions in the interview.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Teresa. What I would suggest is that we take 5-minute break, and then we come back and go on to our next interview. So we're going to ask you to step off, Teresa, and if you could just remain available throughout the day, just in case we have any follow-up associated with this. That would be very important. Thank you.
May I add one comment?
Go ahead, please do.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, thank you for this opportunity. I am most honored to be nominated for this huge responsibility, and it's a responsibility I don't take lightly. I hope that your review of my cover letter as well as my resume would also include the importance of being a resourceful person, one that is goal-oriented, and being able to have the experience to work with individuals from all walks of life, and then also to include that I don't take this responsibility lightly. And then also, I do realize that due to the pandemic, there are many, many challenges. And I have to say that in my current capacity as a logistics coordinator, and then also as a legislative liaison for Yehaosnido, and then also in my role as a vice president of the Diné College Board of Regents. I do a lot of my work via internet, what we do, Zoom. Or people in my organization, I have never met them. I have only met maybe 2 or 3, but I have never met them personally. And for us to be able to accomplish all of this work, it's very important, the concepts of communication in order to accomplish our goals. And so that's all I wanted to add. Again, thank you very much. And if given the opportunity, I certainly would give it my all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Teresa. Actually, before we take a break, just a little piece. Right now, we talked about a half an hour, but we've gone an hour, which is good. It provides an opportunity for each individual to make comment. But we do want to note that for the opportunity for the other interviewees for this position or candidates. We take a 5-minute break, we come back, we go for an hour. We probably want to take a lunch break. And so I think we need to reach out and let Ms. Yellerman know that her interview would be after the lunch break if we were to do that, since we're going in alphabetical order. Is that okay with the rest of the board here? Patrice says yes, Judy says yes, Geronimo's nodding. Lena, looks like you're going to say something. Go ahead.
Yes, I think that as board members, it'd be good for us to make comments before we're done with this interview.
Oh, you would like us to make comments right now? Is that what you're saying?
I do, I guess. And maybe
Okay.
there are other board members who would like to, just to thank Teresa, that's it.
Oh, okay. Go, yeah, please, go ahead, Vice Chair Fowler. Lena.
Okay, thank you so much for committing yourself and dedicating yourself to our communities in the world of education and the safety and well-being of our communities. And you've been involved in various areas throughout the time that I've known you, which is basically we all live together. We all try to help each other. So I just want to thank you for stepping up and putting in your application and being nominated to the Arizona Senate position. So I want to just thank you for that. You know, Coconino County and the District 7 is a very rural communities. They're not just all tribes. We represent the rural towns. And I was going to ask you a question about that, but then again, you know, you're saying that your communication and working with all people, no matter where they live and where they're from and their jobs, or, you know, just as community members. I think that is that prevented me from asking those questions. So I really thank you for just putting that, that you will be communicating and working with all of the constituents, which really is what we do as elected officials. So that is something I'm very thankful for. And in your closing, that was your most important, was the communication aspect of how you've done your job through this pandemic process, and how you have conducted your business through the pandemic, and being able to work with everyone across the board. So at the state level as well as the national level. And I just want to thank you for that. It is very important that we reach out to all constituents within our district, and you have committed that. So thank you so much. made a commitment. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
And then actually what I'll do is I'll roll through actually the district first, legislative district 7. So offer the next courtesy to Supervisor Begay. Judy.
Thank you for showing interest in this position, and I know it's going to be a very heavy load all the way around, and we just have to do our best, try our best, and being in public service for 47 years of my life, I know exactly what you're talking about as far as being out there for the people and working with everyone out there, and you make your needs sometimes very it's not stress, but it's very personal, because if you see someone going through a need and stuff like that, it bothers you. You lose sleep over it. Sometimes you just you're on the road, you don't even get to eat and stuff like that. So I just wanted to say thank you for showing this interest, and that it's for 11 months, but we would just like to thank you for the interview, and I just want to know where you got that picture behind you.
It's your backyard.
I my house there.
Yeah, Shade.
Thank you, Deja. Oh,
I love it. All right, and then let's see, Supervisor Vasquez. I'll mix it all up. Supervisor Vasquez, Horstman, and then myself. Go ahead, Supervisor Vasquez.
Well, again, I just want to thank you for applying for the appointment, and good luck to you. You definitely sound like you could be a great candidate, and so I'm really encouraged with what I've heard, and so thank you for dedicating yourself to public service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and I already indicated this, but I'll say it again. Thank you so much. I'm really glad, Teresa, to see you putting yourself forward for this position. I think it's an important position here for Northern Arizona and for the state of Arizona. And certainly you have shown that you have the spirit of public service and the best interests of our community at heart. And so I so appreciate you, again, putting yourself forward for this very important position for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Patrice.
Well, I compliment you on sometimes going before us can be really nerve-wracking and challenging, and I think you've done really well. You've spoken from your heart, which is really important. Helped us see through your eyes how you would want to represent people of your communities and that you care. So similar to the rest of the supervisors, it's just such an important quality. Thank you. Really appreciate it. We're going to have a hard decision here. We have to go through 2 other candidates, but you definitely are a very good candidate. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, board members, it's 11:30 now. Let's take 5 minutes, and then we're going to hop right into the next interview. Do you think you can get that lined up in that time, Trey, or do we need a little bit more time there with, let's see, I think it's Gwen that's up next, right?
As long, and I leave that up to you all, as long as you all are clear on the follow-up questions you asked during this meeting. We'll just need to ask the same questions. I did keep track of that. If you need those, I can email them to you if you want me to. But other than that, I'm ready to go if you all are.
Okay. Well, we need to take 5. Everybody needs that 5 minutes. But we have our other. You have to do outreach and communicate with them. It sounds like you've done that. Okay, let's take 5, and we'll come back. Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay, you're still on. Your mic is on. Do you know what happens when there's hot mics around?
Hi.
Hi, Gwen. I can see you and I can hear
Oh,
you.
good. That's great.
Technology is working. They're just on a little bit of a couple-minute break, and they'll be joining back to the meeting.
Okay, so can I stop the video in the meantime?
Yes, yeah, and you can mute yourself.
Oh, cool. I can check myself. All right, thank you.
It would probably be good if we come back up on screen just so we know you're out there for the board members. There's Geronimo and there's
Present.
Patrice. Excellent. And I know Judy's out there. Almost there, I guess. Let's see. There's Lena. Excellent. And there's Judy. Fantastic. We have board members. Okay, Lindsay, are you out there? Yes, you are. There
Here,
you
Chair
are.
Ryan.
Okay. And Trey. And Steve, are you there? There's Steve and Rose. Just and somebody's emptying the trash right now or something. Okay. So just check in with Rose on that. I think Trey, although we're going through interview at this point, I think we've been able to manage so far. Next up, we have Gwen Ward. And so as noted, I'll step out of the chairman role. We're going to turn it over to you, Trey, to begin the facilitation there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ms. Ward. It's good to be with you today. As I said to you during the initial portion, we have 5 questions for you today, and then each supervisor has the opportunity to ask a follow-up question after these 5 questions. So if you're good to go, we're going to go ahead and get started.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Great. So for the first question, this relates to your long-term and short-term priorities. What are your long-term and short-term priorities when representing LD7 in the state Senate? What do you envision prioritizing in your first couple of sessions and for your long-term goals? And then finally, do you plan to run for the position if appointed? So the first question was, the first part of the question was, what are your long-term and short-term priorities when representing LD7 in the state Senate?
You're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to find all the buttons around here. They're just located everywhere. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
No worries whatsoever. So there's multiple parts to the question. The first part of the question is, what are your long-term and short-term priorities when representing LD7 in the state Senate?
I think my short term would be I would be an advocate for the people, especially the people without a voice.
Okay. Did you want to articulate on any of your long-term priorities?
Well, long term would be to bring jobs, fix immigration system.
Okay, thank you. And then do you plan to run for this seat in November if appointed?
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, probably, but we'll have to see. It's kind of early to answer that question right now. So yes.
Okay. And I'm now turn it over to the rest of the board for follow-up questions. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you, Gwen, for being with us here this morning. We really appreciate your interest in this very important position, not only for Northern Arizona, but for the state of Arizona. I would appreciate it if you could basically give us more information on the question that was just asked. And specifically, I'm going to tell you that, this was a position held by Senator Peshlikai, who was voted in by the people of LD7 because of what she promised and because of the things that were important to her and, quite frankly, her agenda. So I guess part of the question I would ask to add to the one we've already asked is, what do you see as her legacy? Is that something important for you to continue on the short-term basis if you're filling in her position for her there at the state legislature?
I think that I would continue her legacy because this is an appointed position and basically making a change at this point with this election year coming to a close. I think I would just follow what she had planned out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other follow-up? Yes, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and obviously, as you know, the state legislature is also very divided, and it's very close with regards to the Republican majority and the Democratic minority. What do you see your position there in terms of your involvement with the Democrats, the Senate Democratic Caucus?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I couldn't hear that, ma'am.
Sure. So obviously, as we know in the state legislature, it's very divided in terms of the Senate in the Republicans versus the Democrats. Senator Peshlikai was a Democrat and part of the Senate Democratic Caucus. I guess my question is, how do you see your role, or would you play a role with the Democratic Senate Caucus? Or I should say Senate Democratic Caucus is the correct way to say that.
Oh, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm trying. Wait 1 second, I found it. Can you repeat that again, ma'am?
As you, I think I'll try to repeat it.
It's a long question.
You know, as you know.
Okay, so I think I got it, but
the Senate Democratic Caucus is what I'm talking about. Your role that you see yourself as part of the Democratic Party in the Senate and your role with the Democratic Caucus.
Okay, so I think I got the question, but basically work on implementing bipartisan legislation, working together and promoting diplomacy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Sorry for making you repeat that.
So Trey, we have one question that was asked during the last round. I can ask that question.
Sure, go for it.
Okay, thank you, Gwen, for applying and for this very important position. As you know, this is for the state Senate, and this year the meetings will all be in person, not virtual. So are you committed to traveling to Phoenix and staying for the session and being able to represent us there? And how? So that would be the question.
Yes, I do have a daughter who lives in Phoenix, so I do have housing. One of my questions I wanted to know is, will a vehicle be provided?
That would actually be a question for the legislature. The board makes the appointment per the statute, but then once the board makes that appointment, then we give that information over to the Secretary of State, who notifies the Senate President. And then it's the legislature and the state Senate's responsibility in terms of, as a state employee and employee of the legislature, that will be addressed if and when you were successful in being appointed.
Okay, but the answer would be yes, I'm willing to travel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other follow-up questions before moving on to the next question?
Yeah, I did. Can you, I still haven't gotten clarity on what you would, your first couple sessions in the legislature would look like. What would your prioritization be when you first get in the first month? Like, what are you looking at to focus on?
Basically participating in a democratic process, basically just addressing the needs of the people.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Any other follow-up questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next question. And the next question is, legislative District 7 includes many tribal nations. So this includes the Navajo Nation, the Hopi, the Hualapai, the Havasupai, the Kaibab Paiute, the San Juan Southern Paiute, the White Mountain Apache, the San Carlos Apache, and a small portion of the Zuni Pueblo. What experience do you have working with tribal members in Arizona? And what are one or two important issues currently confronting tribal nations and their residents in northern and central Arizona?
The experience I have is I was actually, like before, I worked with the Farmer Benefit Project in 2016. I worked with the Navajo people, but you said, and the question was that this is just not about Navajos, it's actually about other Native American tribes. I am willing to help everyone. I want to be there because I've seen some of the main problems that people have would be electricity, water, kind of like the basic necessities. And I think that's important.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I will now open it up to follow-up questions from the board. Yes, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and Trey, I guess you are not going to ask the follow-up questions from before. You're going to have us do that. Is that what I'm gaining from the way this is proceeding?
I'm going to leave that up to you all. I'm happy to ask them. I have them listed, and Supervisor Fowler asked the last one. So for this one, I can ask those follow-up questions. I leave that up to you all. Happy to do it, though. I do have them listed.
Well, I'll go ahead and ask a follow-up question, but I think it would be good to make sure we get all of the answers to the questions that we've asked before. So, and as you know, when LD7 is a very large district, and with the changes to the Independent Redistricting Commission just made some major changes to LD7 so that it now includes a great portion of Flagstaff, about half city of Flagstaff and greater Flagstaff to the northern parts of Flagstaff. So I would open this question up to ask you, how do you see yourself representing all of the residents of LD7, including those residents that are not residing on Navajo tribal lands?
I would say that basically we're representing all people, because just like you said, there's some people who don't reside on lands. It's like when I went to college, I wasn't here, but I was still part of the Navajo Nation and I was part of the local community in Tuba City. So I would keep an open mind and just remember that, it's just not about just District 7. There's other people who are living off the reservation who need to be considered.
And non-Indigenous people who live off the reservation?
Yes.
As well?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'd like to follow up with that. Coconino County and this District 7 is very rural. We have rural communities, cities and towns that are within District 7. I'd like to know how you will be able to work with them and how you plan to work with them, and what are the issues that they face right now?
Well, coming from coal mine, that is a very rural. There's like no roads. It's basically dirt roads. And the way we communicate is we would just have to go down on a local level. We basically have to talk to the people in person. And I noticed that's how we get a lot of our information, is just going down to that level and then talking one-on-one with the people. It's actually listening to the local communities, listening to their opinions. Just basically listening to them, because once you listen to them, you get a better understanding of where they come from.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other follow-up questions? Supervisor Horstman, you also asked a question related to redistricting. So I don't know if you wanted to ask that, but that it kind of ties into the questions that have already been asked, Mrs. Ward, but basically that the IRC recently is looking to conclude its redistricting process for legislative and congressional redistricting, and that has impacts to LD7 in their communities. Have you been keeping up with redistricting, and how do you plan to navigate that space?
I guess really, how do you plan to represent all of the people within LD7?
Oh, thank you. Basically by reaching out to the community one-on-one.
Right. Any other follow-up questions before we move on to the next question? Okay, Legislative District 7 also includes 7 different counties, as we've alluded to. It's a large district. How do you see and this also ties into some of what we've already asked, so this is a chance for you to elaborate further. How do you see your interests and background relating to the long-term needs and priorities of LD7 residents overall? So that's kind of been touched on in the previous question. This is an opportunity for you to add more to that particular question relating to, basically this is getting at your interests and background and how that relates to the needs and priorities of the constituents you will serve and how that relates.
Because I know my background right now is I work for the local government. So basically I'm there and I listen to the community members on a local level. So what I would do is I would implement that, because just like I said before, once you talk to people, they'll let you know. And just listening to their needs and actually going out there and seeing them is it's totally different. I mean, you can talk about it, but when you're actually in the field with the people, that's an eye-opening experience.
Thank you. I will now open it up to the board for follow-up questions. All right, seeing no follow-up questions, we will move on to the next question. This is the next to last question. Economic development, land use, natural resources, emergency preparedness, and infrastructure are important topics in rural Arizona. What experience do you have working on public policy in these areas?
Well, right now I am part of the Coal Mine Chapter Club, and that's a community land use project, planning and zoning, community land use planning committee. And so can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, okay, there you are. Okay, so basically, what we did over there is we had a planning and zoning, and we just kind of sit there on a local level and we talk about changing, just kind of bringing, whether it be businesses or tourism, it just depends on the community. And it's just basically that. So my experience is that I'm actually part of it, but I would like to be part of other communities too in the local area. And basically drafting public policies through resolutions, because at a local level, some people require resolutions through the chapters.
Okay, does that conclude your answer?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will now open it up to follow-up questions from the board. Chair Ryan.
Thank you. And Gwen, could you give me an idea of if you're dealing with infrastructure or economics, how would you mobilize or move through policy or legislation associated with it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
If you're dealing with economics or infrastructure, how would you implement that? How would you and move it forward through legislation?
Well, I would say the first thing is collaboration. Communication is a big deal. And to do that, I would reach out to the people, talk about plans, and then get support.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other follow-up questions from board members?
Yes, I have a question. As far as constituencies, not all your constituents would be in on the Navajo Nation. And so my district is District 2, has a huge Latino Hispanic population. How do you plan to serve those populations that are non-Indigenous in LD7?
Basically, first of all, I would communicate with them because communication is the key to everything. And just kind of work one-on-one with them. And
Okay.
also reaching out to the Latino groups too.
Thank you. And the other question I would be is, what kind of relationships do you currently have with some of those same kind of communities or groups that are outside of the tribal, like for example, in Flagstaff, which would be a big piece of LD7?
Relationships meaning?
What Latino groups have you worked with? What organizations do you know of? What people in the community do you know of from that community?
Mm. Well, I was living in Phoenix when I was attending college and dealing with different peoples and groups, and that would include the Latino community.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
All right, any other follow-up questions before we move on to the final question?
Trey,
Yes.
the last session we talked, or the last interview, we asked about the time management. You know, Gwen, I believe you have a full-time job now, and it's going to take a lot of commitment to this position and being able to address some of the issues that are before us at the state level. And I was wondering how you'd be able to manage a full-time job and be able to represent us at the state level with these very complex issues that are in the state right now.
Mm. Well, I will be committed to this. So basically, I would possibly be leaving to the city chapter if, not if elected, but yes, I will be there. Because like I said, in order to be with people, you have to communicate with them. And in order to communicate with them, you have to be there completely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. Any other follow-up questions? Okay, we'll move into the final question. And it actually relates to your previous answer when you mentioned communication. What process will you use to get feedback from constituents and residents? And how do you plan to communicate with residents of LD7?
Well, with Tuba City, what we did is the first thing we did to communicate some of the needs of the people is we did like it was a survey that we sent out. And then from that survey, we kind of got, an idea of what people needed. So that would definitely be one of them.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-up questions from board members? Okay, and last call. All right, hearing none, Chair Ryan, I will turn it back over to you.
Yeah, actually, with last candidate, this is where I believe there was a request that they provide a final comment. So, so Gwen, this is an opportunity for you to provide final comment related to the position and your desire to be a senator on behalf of the community.
Okay. I heard that. Thank you. Well, I think the question you asked me is why I want to be Arizona Senator. I can be an advocate for the people without a voice. I believe in equal opportunity, despite race, religion, gender, or sexual orientation. I believe that protecting the environment is essential for the future, for ourselves and for our children. I believe in progress as long, as it brings about change, a change for a better future for you and I. Basically a change that will bring equal education opportunities for all. I want to be given the opportunity to represent the Democratic Party and most importantly, to represent the people of Arizona.
All right. Well, thank you. So with that, and what I'll do is I'll go to our two legislative district 7 representatives for just a final comments, and I'll go to Vice Chair Pella, as we did before. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Gwen, thank you so much. It's really good to see our young generation aspire to this and have this desire to represent our communities and to be able to commit themselves to, especially yourself, to the state of Arizona, representing our very the largest district, and with our very complex issues that are before us in the state of Arizona. I just want to thank you for committing yourself and really making a commitment on behalf of the people. That takes a lot to decide that you want to represent the communities. We're very diverse, we're very rural, and we all have varied opinions about different issues, but we're very passionate about our communities, and it's really important that we have a very strong voice at the state level. And I just want to thank you for for applying and putting yourself before the public and telling the public about your interests. And I really encourage you to run for various offices, and I just really think that it's very important for our young generation to be able to commit themselves and get their ideas out there and be able to just say that you want to represent. And I think that is such a great quality to have. And I just want to thank you for coming before us and also applying for the position and being willing to represent all people, no matter where they live, no matter what the issues are. They all are in need, and they all have commitments to certain issues, and it's really important for us to represent all of them. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Lena.
All right, and then Supervisor Begay, Judy.
Good afternoon, Gwen.
Hi.
I
know.
Say thank you so much for showing interest and in this position that we're talking about to fill. And it takes a lot, a decision that has to be made if you're really gonna, as soon as you get into a position, you got to do a lot of planning and stuff like that. And then also, as you know, we're very diverse in our cultures and traditions of people that are living within LD7 and also through Arizona. And we do have passion for, all of the things that is out there, and, how we work, even how we work with everyone. And then also there, we have a big land base, and it's very rural communities, and we have a lot of issues at hand, like infrastructure, broadband, economic stuff.
Yeah.
There are all sorts of things that are happening, and so I'm really glad that you're putting yourself out there. And I had said that I served 47 years. I was a public servant, started when I was age 16. And that's when my mind started. And so I'm very passionate about my advocacy, and also about being a public servant for that many years. So I just want to say thank you for your interest, and it's, about time that, others step up and, take our roles, and, be the advocate for our people, and that we serve all the constituents in LD7. And so I just want to say, yeah, for stepping forth, and in this position. So yeah,
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, Supervisor Vasquez, Geronimo.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Ward, for applying. I really appreciate the effort. I remember applying for my appointment, and it was very difficult, and it took a lot of preparation. And so I appreciate you taking that leap of faith, and coming in, and as mentioned before, presenting yourself to the community. And I encourage you to continue in all aspects and all projects that you're doing to continue to grow and go into those kind of positions. So again, thank you. I really appreciate you applying, and I look forward to seeing you in the future, and seeing how you grow into these different visions of what I see you could be with experience and time. And so thank you, and for being here today.
Thank you.
All right, and then Supervisor Horstman, Patrice.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Gwen. As the others have said, we so appreciate you putting yourself out there, and applying for this important position certainly is that. And I know it from the statement that you gave us that you want to make a difference, and you certainly already are making a difference. The fact that you're putting yourself out there for this is further, just shows your true commitment to the people in your community, people in LD7, and the people here in Arizona. So I want to commend you. It is so important, as they've all said, that we have young people who want to be part of this democratic system, because that's what we need to maintain our democracy. And it's on the local level, and it's so important that we all take part in this wonderful country that we have. So thank you. As a young woman, and a young woman who has 2 young daughters, you know the importance that we all work to build a better future for our children, for our children's children. And I so appreciate you being willing to take this step. So thank you so much, Gwen. I know that you're going to continue to be a public servant and continue to represent the democratic values. So thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, and I get a chance to follow up, and also thank you, Gwen, so much for interviewing. It is hard to do this, particularly in public, and I compliment you for coming forward, and obviously you have a passion in you to really want to make a difference. What we'll do is ask you to just continue to make yourself available, just in case we have any follow-up, as we've noted with the other candidates that we'll do. And with that, I think what we'll do is go ahead and conclude this interview. And then I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping real quick here. We were posted for a little over an hour, so approximately an hour. It's 12:15 right now. If we take an hour for lunch and come back, let's say 1:30, just an hour and 15, is that good for everybody? And then we need to let Miss Yellerman know that we'll have her coming up at the 1:30 period for this. Any last comments before we close out? Actually, I'll turn back to Gwen. Any last comments?
No, I'm here in Flagstaff in the building. So if you need me, here I am.
All right, fantastic. All right. With that, we'll see everybody back here for the next interview at 1:30. Thank you.
Pearl, do you just want to try unmuting and turning your camera on to make sure that your technology is working?
Good afternoon.
Great. Okay, I can see we got the echo, but I can see and hear you.
Something was wrong with my laptop, so I did get on the phone.
Okay.
But now I'm off the phone and it looks like my laptop is good to go.
Yep, and I can hear you. So I'll go ahead and you can mute and turn the camera off, and we'll be ready in just a couple minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. Hey, Geronimo. Welcome back. See Patrice out there. You out there, Patrice? There's Judy.
I am here too.
Excellent. And then Lena, are you out there anywhere? There you are. Fantastic.
I am here, Mr. Chair.
Cool. Okay, let's check and see if we have our. Looks like I'm sure Lindsay is hiding out there. She likes to hide. Are you hiding out there, Lindsay? Yep, there she
Here,
is.
Chair Ryan.
I know I usually see you in cubicles, but you always seem to have Aston behind you. What's the deal? There's Steve. Trey should be getting on. There's Trey. Fantastic. And Rosie out there? I see you.
I am here.
All right, neato. Cool. Okay, it is 1:30 and we started our interview process. And so we're reconvening to continue our interview process. We've interviewed two candidates to fill the vacancy of Senator Jamesina Peshlikai. And our last candidate is Pearl Yeleman. And so let's check and see if everything's functioning. Are you out there, Pearl? There you are. It's interesting. You were on the left side of my screen and you did that Brady Bunch thing and hopped over across the way there. But there you are. Now test your speaker because I haven't heard you yet.
Okay, good afternoon.
There you go. Fantastic. Thank you. All right. We have everybody that we need in the room here. And so, Pearl, we're going to continue with the interview process as explained earlier today. I'll step out of the coordination role and turn it over to Trey Williams to facilitate the interview process. And then each of us will be hopping in potentially with follow-up if Trey hasn't covered it. So Trey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and supervisors, and hello, Ms. Yelloman Kay. It's great to have you with us here today. We wanted to, my role, I'm Trey Williams, I'm the Public Affairs Director here at Coconino County. And what I will do is help facilitate questions and answers between you and the Board of Supervisors. We have 5 questions for you here today, and then about 5 follow-up questions that have already been asked to the other candidates that we will ask of you as well. And then we will also, the board will also have an opportunity to ask follow-up questions after each original question. That could be new for you as well. I just wanted to go ahead and get started. Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay, well, great. Thank you so much for being here today. We'll go ahead and get started. So the first question is related to your priorities. What are your long-term and short-term priorities when representing LD7 in the state Senate? And it's a compound question. And what do you envision prioritizing in your first couple of sessions and for your entire legislative career? So that's the short-term, long-term. And then do you plan to run for the seat if appointed?
Okay, thank you. Maybe I should have asked, is it one question, answer, one question, and then we'll go consecutively through all 5?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, honorable members of the Coconino County Board. And Trey, thank you for facilitating and thank you for the question. These are important questions and perhaps say a lot about what I have observed, what has already been established for District 7, and give some insight to how I was raised and my communication style, I guess. But as for priorities, I think short term, there have been some discussions, and certainly this is an election year, and there's quite a bit of issues and topics that are on the table this year that really make Arizona a key state to watch and observe. So some of those top key issues for my short term to really address, some were already discussed this year, such as redistricting, education. There was some concerns and comments about the voucher system, questions and comments about infrastructure, questions and comments about reproductive rights. So there's quite a bit of issues right now that are already being presented for the state and for District 7. But for long term, I think historically this position and Senator Peshtikai had done a great job expressing and articulating the needs, the unique needs of the members or constituents of District 7. And the residents of District 7 make up such a colorful and important population to the state. I live in District 7, Tuba City, but I also work on behalf of the nation, caring for and producing the listings for much needed infrastructure. We have long needed infrastructure such as water and wastewater infrastructure, housing renovations, housing weatherizations, and education for housing, bathroom additions, especially now that we've been addressing COVID for a little over 20 months and the variants. It was shared to us from public health experts that in order to to address COVID daily and mitigating, we need about 5 gallons of water a day. And many of our elders who live in rural areas of District 7 lack those basic infrastructure just to mitigate COVID. So those are long-term, but much needed to be addressed today. Rural addressing and roads. I think roads and infrastructure have been a long time topic. I was very fortunate to grow up in the chapter houses. Those are local governances, and it's a beautiful design of local governance. And that's where people, elders, come together and express their concern for their community. So by doing that, I've always had the opportunity to hear elders request for roads, request for water, request for power line and electricity. We have areas in District 7 that have been impacted by the former Bennett freeze. The former Bennett freeze has been a designated land area that was impacted by not having the ability to build infrastructure. And so not only have they been in this land freeze for almost more than 4 decades, now we have the opportunity to address that. So those have been long-term. Certainly there's other areas that address District 7 and other tribes that speak closely to these matters. I spent a majority of my educational background in education. So education is an important topic for me as well. Social work and social work issues, social services. The funding, I think the funding, when we talk about funding, both short-term and long-term, and addressing the funding need for District 7 is really important. And that's just a priority both for short-term and long-term. I should have asked about my time, and certainly I can capitalize on an undesignated time, but if you feel that I should be mindful of a time here.
Ms. Yelloman, Kay, we did not put a time limit on the answers for any of the candidates.
And probably, I'll probably add that it's approximately an hour overall for the interview.
Okay, thank you. I think also, and I'll just wrap up here for question 1. I think it's really important, both in tribal, state, and federal, that we have representation that can express the concerns of District 7 to all parties and partners, to articulate those needs district and a candidate, or if you will, an individual that can work with all members of state leadership and federal and tribal leaders. Those areas are really important to me. And I think strengthening partnerships has been a goal of mine, something I do try to achieve right now, currently in my current position, and listening. Very fortunately, I've been able to observe quality leadership with members from this board as well, who know how to listen. I think it was even mentioned this morning, running into elders and constituents at the grocery store or at the post office. But being able to listen and hear the concerns of members, community members and residents from District 7, those are priorities. If there is the need to strengthen those relationships, those would be additional priorities. If there is the need to identify, this morning it was stated by Senator Peshlikai that there are 32 bills left on the desk, and certainly much work has been done. The foundation and quite a bit of tasks have been put on the table, and there's much work to carry on. So those two would be identified as priorities as well. So I'll wrap up there, and I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Thank you. And there was one final part of the question you may not have heard. Do you plan to run for the seat if appointed?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that was the final question. Certainly the selection made today is an important selection, and finding the candidate that will commit to that is a huge commitment. I would be committed to carrying out the task and seeking the support for District 7. So the answer would be yes. But that's certainly a large commitment, and making sure that that's what the constituents of District 7 want, and making sure that I have the proper support and carrying out the goals and mission of both the community members and the party of District 7. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are two follow-up questions before I open it up to the board. The first follow-up question is, the legislature meets in Phoenix and will not be remote for this session. Can you regularly travel to Phoenix and personally attend since there's no virtual option? And do you foresee any challenges with that?
Thank you for the follow-up question. Fortunately, I do have supportive family in the Valley. I have two sisters that live in the Valley, and I have suggested to them that this may be a possibility of me being a guest there. But I can and do intend to participate in person. There are COVID matters still to be addressed, but I would participate in person for District 7.
Thank you. And there's one more follow-up question on this one. The legislature is closely divided between the caucuses. And as you know, the Republicans are currently in the majority. You would belong to the Senate Democratic Caucus. What role do you want to play in that caucus?
Thank you. That's another important question. Again, I think this is an important seat, an important vacancy to fill. And this position requires strategic communication and negotiation on behalf of District 7. It would be important for me to properly represent the people of District 7, along with the priorities of the Democratic Party as well, but also being able to articulate and work with the Republican Party and represent District 7 with integrity and committed to working on important issues. So I would work to achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move into question 2. Actually, do any of the board members have any follow-up questions?
Yes.
Yes, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and good afternoon, Ms. Yellowman. It's good to see you. And thank you for being here with us this afternoon and for your willingness to put yourself forward for this position. One of the questions that I would ask is that, as you know, LD7 is a huge district and encompasses a lot of Northern Arizona, and is certainly, besides Navajo and Hopi and other tribal nations, encompasses a lot of rural Arizona, and encompasses now, with the changes to LD7, would encompass half of Flagstaff and probably the northern part of the greater Flagstaff community. What role do you see in representing, and how would you represent all of the residents of LD7?
Thank you for the question. Mr. Williams, should I proceed?
Yes, please. Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you.
That's another important question. And certainly in my current role, working for the Navajo Nation, the land base is large as well, with quite a few constituents living on the reservation and off the reservation. I had to remain committed to traveling out to many areas throughout the Navajo Nation. It's time consuming, but also very important to be present and to engage with all members of the community. And it's important for those community members to have the opportunity to ask questions. It's important to have this seat represented in a healthy and transparent manner. And it's also important for that critical dialogue to happen throughout District 7. Various topics do need to be addressed, and various positions need to be addressed, and community members throughout District 7 deserve to hear these positions, and for myself to receive feedback. I am very open to quality guidance and feedback from all members of District 7. But I think it's important that a land base of this district really deserves somebody who can put in the time to go out and engage with members of District 7. And also, as it was shared and expressed this morning, not just District 7, but neighboring districts as well. I think that's really important, because there are regional discussions and regional funding discussions that need to occur, and regional projects that need to be discussed, and planning. So I would be dedicated to strengthening and providing those communication lines. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, follow-up questions for Ms. Yellowman Kay?
Yes, please. Hi, this is Jeronimo Vasquez. My question is, as far as the constituency outside of the Navajo Nation, working with non-Indigenous folks, in my district in particular, there's a huge Hispanic population, Latino population, but there's a diversity outside of just the Navajo Nation in District 7. How would you connect with those communities or represent those constituents? Thank you.
Ms. Yellowman Kay.
Okay, thank
Please
you.
proceed.
And thank you for the question. Certainly, understanding and communicating with various populations throughout the district is important, but also gaining the specific uniqueness and values to each of those populations. I've been very fortunate to engage not just in Native American, but populations with ethnic representation. There are unique cultural differences and unique cultural similarities. And often those unique cultural differences are worthy and valued and need to be expressed as well. So it's important to me to learn of all of the populations. And again, there's the cultural populations and ethnic populations, but there's also the veterans and the elder population and various populations that would require and deserve attention to their needs and support to their efforts as well. There's many advocates out there, and there's many leaders at the local level who have already put in so much effort, and often they need support. They need to be heard, and they're working already towards progress for their community. It's in our best interest to continue to work together on those items. There's also important areas that are impacting various parts of Arizona and District 7. And that's where we need to band or unify, work together on some areas. Some are environmental issues. I think that we need to come together. Some include, I was in a presentation this morning working on solid waste and illegal dumping. I mean, those are topics that need to be addressed. Certainly matters dealing with the public health and emergency preparedness. So those are items that really need the support at local level and require leadership to come together. So that would conclude my response. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other follow-up questions for Ms. Yellowman Kay from question number 1? Okay, we will move on to question number 2. Legislative District 7 includes many tribal nations, including the Hualapai, the Havasupai, the Kaibab Paiute, the San Juan Southern Paiute, the Navajo Nation, the Hopi, the White Mountain Apache, the San Carlos Apache, and a small portion of Zuni Pueblo. What experience do you have working with tribal members in Arizona? And what are 1 or 2 important issues currently confronting tribal nations and their residents in northern and central Arizona?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I've been very fortunate to work with state and national organizations that have allowed me to work with these tribes. And in my previous capacity of working with tribal leadership, I've been very fortunate to work with many of the leaders of these tribes as well. I was recently in the Zuni Pueblo working with the leadership and issues related to poverty and culture and service delivery to community members. And I see that my internet is showing a weak sign.
We can hear you great.
Okay.
Or I
excellent.
can. I shouldn't speak for every. I can hear you okay.
Okay. Most importantly, I have great respect to the tribes here that are represented and that live in District 7. I have a lot of respect for their tribal history, tribal governance, and tribal leadership. It would be important for me to continue working with their current leadership and assisting in addressing some of the issues that they face or collective issues that we face. One of the most current concerns is the redistricting. Another is something that I am seeing as well as the much needed desires for infrastructure, such as broadband. Broadband is something that connects a lot of our students and schools to proper connectivity. So those are issues that in the rural tribal communities, we seem to lack. And those are for various reasons. Those could be for internal processes with our relationship with the BIA. There could be reasons for increased costs of materials and supplies. That's what I'm seeing right now, increased costs and materials and supplies of getting proper steel out to these rural areas. So for various reasons, we miss out, or we need heavy advocacy towards some of these items, such as broadband or rural addressing. But certainly another one I know that many of the tribes in Arizona have been discussing, and that's water and water rights. Those are other issues that have been of great concern, and not just as a current issue, but I trust that many of our elder leaders see that as a long-term concern for the state of Arizona. We also see some impacts of climate change as well, not just in the tribal communities, but throughout Arizona, and energy. I think looking at transitional energy as well, and assisting many of these tribal communities in economic development. Those seem to be heavy concerns throughout Indian country and the tribes represented in District 7. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. I now have 3 follow-up questions that have previously been asked by the board, and then we'll go to other follow-up questions from board members. The first follow-up question has to do with redistricting, and in that if and when you run for re-election and redistricting maps are approved, that will impact your service to Legislative District 7 and the constituency you serve. Are you prepared for that? And how will you serve new residents and connect to new residents who you might have to serve if you were re-elected under the new redistricting?
Thank you. And just for clarification on follow-up question for follow-up question number 2 on redistricting, am I prepared, and how would I serve new residents?
Yes, new constituents, yes.
Okay.
And residents.
Redistricting is such a important topic, and certainly one that will be impacting the Senate seat here. And am I prepared? Are we prepared to address the intention of redistricting? Are we agreeing to the design of the mapping? How will this party and this seat respond to redistricting as far as the fairness, so to speak, to redistricting? So there's a lot of heavy questions on what it means to be prepared and supporting the redistricting efforts and committees that will be putting forth these maps. I am prepared to support the best interests of District 7 for redistricting. I am also prepared to reach out to new residents who will be impacted by redistricting. There are redistricting efforts going on throughout the state and throughout Navajo Nation. And for example, there was one community here on Navajo that a redistricting map considered going right through a chapter. That's such an impact on the community and community members who are normally used to going to their polls in their precinct and voting for a community leader, and how that would be impacted. So the behaviors and changes that this impacts deserves to be addressed, and the community members who are impacted really there needs to be proper introduction as to how these maps and redistricting would impact local community members. And so I would work my best to become prepared to learn all of the issues surrounding the mapping, and then do my best to serve and introduce myself to new residents and impacted community members. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next follow-up question, you've already touched on it in your original answer somewhat, but this will give you a chance to further elaborate. How will you work with tribal communities and maintain community relations with the tribal nations in your district?
Thank you. One is, I think, maintaining the respect to local leadership with the tribal communities that are represented in District 7. They deserve an opportunity to have access to the state Senate seat or the candidate, and they deserve access and communication lines to the person selected. My efforts would be to maintain that and to strengthen those relationships. Post-COVID, we have been relying on both technology and in person. I think there has to be some new COVID norms established, but maintaining all safety guidelines, I think it's still important to be present and engaged with the tribal communities that are in District 7 and non-tribal communities in District 7 as well. And there's plenty of communication lines that can reach tribal communities. Not all elders are on social media, and not all elders access Zoom or modern technologies. We see quite a few elders in these tribal communities who rely on radio or newspaper and other forms of communication outside of social media. So this office would continue to utilize alternative means to communicate and to strengthen. But certainly, I think being present in the state legislative session, being available and providing access to communication lines is really important. I've been very fortunate to observe that with other tribal and state leaders, and have been very fortunate to have been mentored in doing so. So that will conclude my response. Thank you.
Thank you. And one final follow-up question. How will you work with non-Native communities, Native American communities in Legislative District 7, such as the Latino community and others? And I know that it's already been asked and you've touched on that. This is a chance for you to elaborate further.
Thank you. I think it's also important for the representative of District 7, and not to say that this was not the case before, but it's certainly something important for me, but to also be open to learning from non-Native communities and really spending the time to listen to non-Native and Native communities. And I think the richness is being able to articulate their concerns and needs at the state level and making sure that they are heard and validated. Oftentimes, leaders can come into the community, but if that critical engagement is not felt at the at the tribal leader, at the chapter level, or at the local level, I think it's a missed opportunity to really have full engagement. So it's important for me to strive in reaching consensus, reaching validation that I have heard from those communities and members of the non-native communities, and making sure that they, in essence, know that I fully represent their values and beliefs as a state leader, state senator. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. I'll now turn it over to the board for any additional follow-up questions. Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to question 3. For the third question, we're asking, Legislative District 7 includes 7 counties. As Supervisor Horstman alluded to, it's a very large district. How do you see your interests and backgrounds relating to the needs and priorities of Legislative District 7 residents?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. The question is addressing the needs of the 7 counties. And certainly the counties comprise of a design that allows for communication and concerns to be brought through the county representatives, county officials, and even organizations within each county. And each of those counties represent various populations and communities. And each of those communities and populations are impacted differently by certain areas and topics. So it's important to address the needs individually of the 7 counties, to become familiar with each of the 7 counties, and to address leadership properly within the 7 counties. Very similar to my current position right now, I do work with the 110 Navajo Nation chapters, and each of those chapters, just like the counties, have their own emergent story or how they have come to be. And each of the counties and organizations and municipalities and communities within those counties have their own history and how they've come to be. So it is important that I establish those relationships within the 7 counties and honor the design of each of those counties and the representations or representatives in each of those counties, and create positive working relationships with the county representatives, and maintain and strengthen those relationships. There are organizations and schools and even health facilities in each of those counties that are impacted differently. There's counties that have, even for COVID related matters. In some counties, the health facility are remote, and versus other counties, and the use and impact of COVID has impacted each of those health facilities differently in the counties. Also, food sources. We saw last year during COVID that the excuse me, that the food sources were greatly impacted by counties and represented differently. In parts of District 7 in northern Arizona, there's less than 13 grocery stores, and versus another county that may have more. So even food sources becomes a concern by county, county populations, and county representation communications. So I would be focused on strengthening my relationship with county representatives and organizations, schools, and health facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now turn it over to the board for follow-up questions. Hearing none, there is one thing I did think of when in talking about the 7 counties. Did you want to make any commentary on cities and towns? You mentioned schools, so I just wanted to give you an opportunity to also talk about any relationships you might have with cities or towns in LD7 and how you would approach that as a follow-up.
Trey, Supervisor Vasquez had his hand up.
Oh, I didn't see that. I'm so sorry, Supervisor.
No problem. No problem. Ms. Yellowman, if you'd like, you could answer Trey's follow-up question and then I can ask. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. There's several communities that come to mind, and certainly some challenges, but also acknowledging some of the challenges in some of the communities or towns, and acknowledging some of the strengths as well. For example, you look at Page, Arizona. It's such a beautiful town, but highly diverse town, and the needs there to address policing districts, policing health, detox centers, schools, bus routes. A lot of those are great concerns of community members, and not just community members within the city of Page, but the surrounding area as well. And similar concerns or challenges are often brought up in larger towns within District 7. I think it's important to maintain a positive relationship, but also making sure that we maintain integrity with the cities and towns of District 7, because historically, some of the populations and surrounding community members that go into these larger towns really contribute to the economic development of those towns. So making sure that we address those issues in a constructive manner, making sure that there's equity represented in those conversations, and making sure that there are healthy but stern agreements between some of these towns and communities, and making sure that the community members felt that they are supported by this state Senate seat. So that would be my response. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. So my question was, earlier you mentioned about the amount of time it was going to take to research and get to know District 7. And so my question is, in your current capacity with your current job, will you be able to do both? Or how do you plan to address that in order to take on this role that is going to be 110 chapter houses is a lot of work. You know, this adding to this outside of that is even more. And so I just wanted to get your thoughts on how you would plan to do that.
Ms. Yellowman-Kay.
Okay, thank you. And I rarely use K because it's pronounced Kai.
Kaya, I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah, and it's it was traditionally spelled Kiyi, but it has such a long story to it that I just stay with Yellow Man.
Thank you for correcting me. I apologize for that mispronunciation.
Kai. Thank you. So thank you for the question. And to be honest, this process has been very fast. And so I appreciate how fast the precinct committee has been working and communicating with all of the nominees, and the communication and the interviews that occurred Tuesday night, and now proceeding to this conversation. I have been sitting and praying about the potential next steps, but without fully anticipating what to expect. I do have a lot of responsibilities that have been entrusted in me from the Navajo Nation and the Navajo Nation leadership. But I also see that the opportunity to serve in this position deserves full time, and the issues brought to this Senate seat also deserve full-time attention and focus. If given the opportunity, I would have to consider relinquishing my position with the Navajo Nation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. It's a hard, when I was appointed to my position, I had to do that to in order to assume this role. And so I know what that kind of pressure is to do that life change. And so I appreciate that answer, and thank you.
Thank you.
Any other follow-up questions from the board? Hearing none, we will move to the next to last question, number 4. Economic development, land use, natural resources, emergency preparedness, and infrastructure are important topics in rural Arizona. And you've touched on some of them already. What experience do you have working on public policy in these areas?
Thank you. You mentioned economic development. I added transportation. I don't know if you added transportation. Could you just repeat your list again?
Certainly. It's certainly included within under infrastructure as a broad term. Economic development, land use, natural resources, emergency preparedness, and infrastructure are important topics in rural Arizona.
Thank you. I been very fortunate to have recent experience in policy and advising and working closely with both President Jonathan Nez and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. That recently has given me opportunities to work closely on policy matters and policy issues, both on designing policy and advising leadership through the executive branch, but also on implementing policy from the legislative branch. And I was been very fortunate to be in a division and represent a division that works closely on economic development, transportation and infrastructure, land use and land use planning, and master planning, and land use planning and master contract planning or master planning on opportunity zones and addressing long-term and both short-term goals for economic development go hand in hand and so closely related. Natural resources, I mentioned earlier some of the water rights and litigations that have been heavily discussed and closely to heart to many of the residents in District 7. Emergency preparedness, I have been tasked and worked closely with assisting the 110 chapters in their emergency preparedness. But also I want to add to the emergency preparedness is addressing all hazard emergency public health concerns. Traditionally, emergency preparedness has been looked at and as weather related. So now looking at policies to address preparedness in public health matters is really important at all levels, both at schools, at municipalities, and also in the health arena and health fields. Those are especially important. But public policy is really important because it impacts community members and it impacts local community people. And so making sure that we create policies that represent the best interests of community members in District 7 and represent the funding need, the funding aspects of these areas, and ensuring that quality infrastructure is delivered to District 7 are really important. So I do have experience in policy, both in advising and designing and then implementing on all of these items here. Thank you.
Thank you. There are now 4 follow-up questions from this one. The first one is, serving in the state Senate takes a lot of time between meetings, research, travel, etc. How will you manage your time?
Time management is critical, and I think maybe we can all attest to the last 20 months post-COVID that it seems like there are not enough days and not enough hours in our day now, because some of us have multiple phones in use, multiple technology, laptops and cell phones on Zoom calls and other calls going on. But also I have to add that just in preparation for Tuesday's interview and meeting with the precinct committee and preparing for today reminded me of my graduate school days and the long nights of studying and the long days of reading. But also I do have a passion for these topics. I have a passion for many of the concerns and items that were just brought up in the last question: economic development, infrastructure. And when you have a passion, you start becoming attached to these project listings. You become attached to the Interstate 89 Western Water Pipe. I mean, you become attached to these because you know the impacts that it will have on the people's lives. And you begin to position yourself so that when these topics or when these issues arrive, you are well studied and you're able to articulate the needs to all parties and all forms of leadership. So I think time management is crucial and critical to this position, but so is our health as well. And time management requires healthy living as well. And so I value the skill of time management and keeping healthy as well. I'm very fortunate to be a mother of 3 young adults and have requested their support if selected. And they are very supportive, because when you have 3 young adults, they are aware at their age the time and energy that it requires to be working long hours and long days. So I'm very very thankful to have supporting inner circle and supportive family members for such a position that will allow me to focus on the responsibilities and duties of the Senate seat. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another follow-up question, and then two more after this, just as a point of information for you. Can you mention specific experience, and you already mentioned some specific experiences, but can you mention specific experience in the public policy areas mentioned previously in question number 4? That was economic development, land use, natural resources, emergency preparedness, and infrastructure. And so can you mention specific experience in the public policy areas mentioned and elaborate on that further?
Oh, okay, thank you. I can give 2 examples. Under the Navajo Nation leadership of President Jonathan Nez, I have been assigned to the Economic Development Recovery Task Team, where we have been putting together policy and position reports on behalf of the Navajo Nation and shared to members of state leadership and federal national representatives. And these policies allow for communication and requests and recommendations that best provide a position on behalf of the leadership I serve. Another example is working on the American Rescue Act. We have participated in tribal consultations for the last year and a half regarding both CARES Act funds and the American Rescue Act. And in these tribal consultations, we do have to adjust through policy. For example, the right-of-way. In order for these infrastructure projects to be completed in a timely manner, we have to adjust through policy some of the challenges that we're faced with. And right-of-way was one of them, for example. And if we're not able to address right-of-way or access to right-of-ways, we have time restraints on the infrastructures that can be completed for these ARPA funds. So we have to work through policy and producing policy positions that allow, in this case, Navajo Nation, but would allow for other tribal communities to express and communicate both challenges and successes, but also to position the communities on these topics. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next question relates to how you would pursue, so it's how would you pursue public policy in the areas mentioned in addition to your experience? So of the examples that you just mentioned, how would you leverage that experience and pursue public policy in those areas?
Thank you. There's a great value to engaging with community and community response, community concerns, and then translating those community engagements and town halls, if you will, into positions through policy that would help address advancing those conversations. Certainly the administration that I work with, it's important for us to engage both weekly and monthly with conversations on councils throughout the Navajo Nation and beyond, to ensure that we're properly hearing from those community members. We then transform those issues into matters that represent some of the legal challenges that we face, some of the historical challenges that we face, and then some of the recommendations or strong recommendations that we are proposing. Some of these strong or some of these recommendations do include amendments or changes to laws. They include the study and review of some of these laws and codes that prevent or cause barriers to some of these changes. And I think it's important to be cautious as to how those amendments are created and how those amendments are designed. I've seen and worked with leadership that properly engage with both legal counsel and members from the community and utilize their recommendations so that policy is properly developed and for the best interest of the residents or constituents it will serve. Thank you.
Thank you. And one final follow-up question, and I hope this makes sense to you. So how would you represent communities? It's just basically elaborating on what you were just talking about. How would you represent communities in these areas that we talked about previously? So for instance, we talked about the many tribal nations in LD7. This question is asking, how would you represent those communities in the areas of economic development, land use, natural resources that we asked about? The Latino community, that sort of thing.
Okay, I want to make sure that I'm capturing the question. So again, the community members, maybe the communities have already established resolutions or assessments, both in report form or written, that represents their community in economic development needs or infrastructure needs. Right now, we're getting ready for the communities I work with for the legislative process next week to go before and request and review infrastructure needs. We already have these listings through the ICIP listings. These are databases that ensure that these projects have been vetted or have been reviewed as cost effective or have some return on these requests being made. So there's processes in place and there's communications in place. If the question is, how would I access that? And how would I engage with the community to access their economic development plans or their infrastructure plans? I would certainly have to do quite a bit of engagement because they would need to ensure that I am receiving that information and coordination is made. There's a tremendous amount of coordination required for one community to ask for a bridge or one community to ask for a road. So much coordination is required, or even an economic development plan seeking a new laundromat. So much coordination is required on those projects. Just simply handing over a list is not sufficient, but making sure that all of the proper vetting procedures have been completed and the proper supporting documents, and making sure that the concerns are fully heard by the communities on these areas, such as economic development, and making sure that they have not only do they have the funding sources, but they have the system and the organizational structure to complete the project and fully use the funds that are appropriated to them. I think that's equally important to note. And respectfully speaking, the infrastructure need is so grand and so large in District 7, but making sure that we can complete these projects is equally important, and we have the capacity to do so. So ensuring that they have the local capacity to complete projects or to complete the requests or the needs that are being identified is also a big part of what I feel would be the responsibilities of engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now open it up to the entire board to ask additional follow-up questions. Hearing none, I will move on to your last question. What process will you use to get feedback from constituents and residents? How do you plan to communicate with residents and constituents?
Thank you. So I think traditionally growing up, I've seen many effective leaders engage with constituents and residents in various forms. But some of that has changed due to COVID and making sure that we find alternative forms of communicating. But I mentioned earlier, not all elders have access to some of the technology, and not all community members have access to internet as well. So being sincere through radio communication, there are quite a few elders that still rely on listening to the radio and receiving information, getting out in the public in a healthy way is still a traditional form of communicating. But also making sure that constituents and residents of District 7 have access to a state senator or state leader is really important, and making sure that they are acknowledged is really important. Certainly there are the traditional forms of current communication, cell phones and email, but I think it takes a little bit more than that. I think constituents and members want to know that their representative is available, not just in terms of a physical location, but making sure that their representative is invested in District 7 and making sure that their representative really has District 7 at heart. So I think those are pillars that really set the foundation for communication and process. I do have questions as far as accessing additional support, accessing additional means of office or office space, etc. I do have some logistic questions in return, but nonetheless, I think those would be my core values in communicating and establishing a process for communication. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now open it up to the entire board for follow-up questions. Hearing none, Mr. Chair, turn it back over to you.
All right. Well, thank you, Pearl. What we've done with each of the other candidates is provide this last opportunity for you to pretty much wrap it up and provide your reasoning for why you would like to do this.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your time here. It's certainly been a good hearty day. I know we started at 9 this morning and you're still going, we're still going, so I'll make it short. But I see, yeah, I really do truly appreciate this opportunity. I think in closing, when I think about these types of opportunities that have been presented to me, it's maybe sounds very cliche-ish, but when you're raised in a traditional Navajo family or maybe even tribal family, going to school was stressed. Being an athlete was stressed and supported. But it was during those times of being a high school athlete and a college athlete where you really learn some of these disciplines, and you really pick up and learn how to be resilient. And those are some of the qualities that I continue to practice. But it was during my time of going to school, it was sports that led me to Montana, where I was fortunate to complete all of my education and raise my family up there. I still have three young children, Mylan, Megan, and Michaela. 2 are in college and 1 has started working. They still live in Montana. And it was during my time of being in graduate school where some of those late nights of staying up late, or the times when I was defending my thesis or dissertation, it's probably these moments that you're staying up that late, because it's these types of opportunities that you pray for when you say, someday I will finish school and I will go home and do this, or someday I will finish and I will return home and I will be able to provide these services. And so these are traditional values and teachings that when you grow up, it becomes a inner voice. So I'm very thankful to have traditional teachings from my family. My mother was a county leader as well. And I was very fortunate to watch her and grow up with her, going to meetings while I was in tow. But more importantly, I think it's part of our DNA to be public servants. And it's part of our teachings to give when we can. And I've been very fortunate to give where I can. Not only that, I think when you really start to see the needs of the people in District 7, there's a sincere need to understand how and why certain situations have come to be, both historically and both contemporary concerns, and to be able to articulate that at the state level so that those residents are represented and not forgotten. I mentioned earlier that we have a land area called the former Bennett Freeze, and for many years, those people have felt forgotten. And many residents can feel that way as well when it comes to infrastructure and basic needs, basic healthcare needs. So being able to articulate and represent is important, but also being genuine and serving with integrity is also important. So just in closing, I want to extend my appreciation and wish you all well in your selection as well. And I appreciate Teresa Hatathi. She was one of my teachers, and I'm thankful to learn of Gwen Ward. And I was so proud that she is from Tuba City as well, and a young woman, a young leader. So it makes me happy all across the board. But I do send my support to you as well for the selection that you make that's best for District 7, and appreciate your time in closing. And I also appreciate the support that has been sent forth as well. So I see here, thank you all.
Then let's see. Thank you, Pearl. So what we'll do is we're going to go around for each board to pretty much. Okay, we're coming to the conclusion of this interview. A chance for them to speak to you for a moment, and I'll start with the District 7 representative, starting with Vice Chair Fowler.
Yeah, Pearl. Yeah. Thank you so much for applying for this position. It is such an important position. I'm really happy to learn that you're very interested in the public elected position. I know that you have worked on many issues on Navajo Nation with the Navajo people, and then to learn that you are interested in the state position. That is really, that's just really wonderful to have our younger generation to be able to begin to position themselves in these very important positions. We have complex issues at the state level, and right to our county and our towns and municipalities and tribes. This is a district that is with a multi jurisdiction. We have large public lands, we have large state lands, and we're very small towns that we represent, as well as the tribes. So the knowledge that you have working with Navajo Nation and the policies and what you've worked on there, would be a great asset when it comes to working at the state. State is very, we work with the state closely as counties. There are 15 counties, 7 counties in District 7. We have multitudes of the small towns that we represent. Want to make sure as elected officials, we want to make sure their voices and their issues are addressed as well, and as well as the tribe. So I just want to thank you for applying and to really express your vision and just the knowledge that you have in working with the public, especially the Navajo Nation. I think that is very important. So thank you so much, and really, really happy to learn that you are now going to start walking in these elected officials, and to learn that you are going to run for that position. And it will be very challenging for you to stay fully employed with Navajo Nation and to take on this task. Already the discussion the discussion that's happening already is that it will take more than go over 100 days of session, and you're introducing yourself to all the communities that you will be representing. So you have a large task in front of you, and you already know that. So I have very confident that you will be able to take on this role and do a great job in representing us. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. And Pearl, if you want to respond to any as we go through, please do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, IC Shanat, Lena, Shamashi. So I'm very familiar, and I've known Lena many years and consider her a great leader. Coconino County, and I grew up in District 5 with the county, and have great respect for Vice Chair Lena Fowler. So
Next, I'll turn to Supervisor Begay, Judy.
Pearl, thank you very much for your interest in this position. A lot of this information and a lot of things that have been discussed is going back to how we were raised, and and how what our parents taught us and our grandparents. And in education, for instance, they tell you go get an education, come back and help your communities or your people and others. So I think with that takes you a long ways, because in my position and my feelings and being a public servant for 47 years to date, I feel that, those were the teachings, good teaching from way back. We have a lot of support through our educational systems. Whatever we did, our parents, our grandparents, they all supported us. And even basketball and playing basketball, you probably know that too, that I used to play a lot of basketball. You see my dad, my mom, and all my brothers and my sisters, everybody, they're all there supporting. And you see a gymnasium, you have the Native American schools that are at the state, and we filled up the NAU dome a lot of times, things like that. So it kind of brings me back to that, and that the support is very important, and that, to better yourself. And my dad always used to say, as a Native American, you have to work extra hard. You learn the Western ways, and then you have to learn your traditional ways. And you should be able to operate like, resemble in a way of a double-edged axe. One is Western, the other side is traditional. And so that way it will take you a long ways. And that's what I see in the interviews that we did today. And, we know our language. And unfortunately, a lot of our kids, they're not picking up hardly anything. And so I'm really thankful that, you've been responding to us in Navajo and thanking us in Navajo and stuff like that. So that means a lot too. And as Lena said, there's it's something that we take to heart, being a public servant. And it takes a lot. There's sleepless nights that you have. You travel a lot, and there's so many things that you endure, and but still yet, you keep going, thinking that things are going to get better for your people or the people that you serve. So that's what keeps me going day in and day out. And so I just want to say thank you for the work that you've done for the Navajo Nation. Thank you for your interest in this position, and then also your willingness to drop a job just to do this job. That also means a lot, that you are very sincere about this a position that you want to go for. So, but the sky's the limit. That's how I feel. The sky is the limit out there. And I dwell on that each day. And of course, during my graduate school too, I just like you said, there's sleepless nights. There's nights you stay up reading because you have kids running around, and to find they all go to sleep at 11. You're up 3 in the morning doing your homework, and you have 8 o'clock work to do. So, I'm just so thankful, that you will be part of this interview, and that you decided to throw your hat in, and we'll see what happens here with all the interviews, and now the board will have to make a selection. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you for your interest, and thanks for everything. Yeah.
Pearl, if you'd like to.
Okay, thank you, Judy Shanelishi. Judy, I know Judy as well. She was a long time school board member in our community, and appreciate her leadership, and now Supervisor Begay. So yeah, and Sago, and I appreciate your comments. And it is true. I think it's really important that, and it was nice that the nominees do have those teachings, and we apply those teachings to these types of opportunities and to our daily lives. So I'm very thankful for that, and appreciate all the women who have been mentors and teachers to myself, and growing up. And I do recall clearly your family at all the games, and then coaching as well. So yeah, an adult, yeah.
All right, let's see, Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez. Geronimo?
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for being here today and applying. This is definitely a grind, and so I appreciate your patience in going through this. And I wanted to definitely commend you on being so articulate and knowledgeable on so many different topics that are affecting LD7. So I really appreciate that, and appreciate your public service so far and your public service to come. So I really appreciate, the work that you've put in and your leadership so far, and what I've heard really impressed me in terms of your knowledge base and ability to articulate those issues out to the community. So again, thank you. I really appreciate the application, and we have a hard choice to make. So thank you.
And back to you, Pearl.
Okay, thank you, and appreciate the questions as well. And I can see that they are a reflection of the community you serve, and I look forward, regardless, to meeting and meeting all of you and working with your community in the future in some form of fashion. We'll find a way. Thank you.
All right, and then we have Supervisor Patrice Horstman. Patrice.
Yes, hi, and thank you, Ms. Yellowman, for your willingness to come forward and apply for this very, very important decision. I know the Yellowman family have a very strong history of public service, and known your mother over the years very, very well, and know she and your family have done so much for us here in our community in Northern Arizona. So it doesn't surprise me to see your name and to see yourself throwing your hat into the ring. And I know you have been a very dedicated member of the Navajo Nation. Your resume that you provided us, the expertise and commitment that you have shown serving President Nez and his administration in the areas that you have dealt with, obviously, are very similar areas for concerns for all of us here in Northern Arizona and for LD7. The fact and your willingness to run for the seat if selected and when the seat is ready or up for election. And most importantly, your willingness to step away from obviously something that's a very fulfilling job for you within the Navajo Nation administration to dedicate yourself as a full-time state senator speaks volumes about your commitment and your dedication. So I want to tell you how much I appreciate that and appreciate your willingness to step up for your community and for everyone within LD7. This is going to be a very hard decision for the Board of Supervisors. As for the reasons you Ms. Yellowman, have already noted, we have a hard decision to make, but the good news is that the decision we make is going to put the people of LD7 in good hands, and that makes me feel very good to know there are such good, capable women that are willing to step up and to take on the reins from Senator Peshlikai. So again, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here today.
And Pearl, if you'd like.
Thank you, and thank you for those comments. Just a quick update. My mother Louise is doing very well and has remained safe the last 20 months. She will turn a young 84 in March. And she's very strong and determined still, and her places to visit people are areas that we mentioned earlier, the post office and bashes. So she was a county supervisor for 28 years, 7 terms, And I was very fortunate to tag along with her. So thank you.
Please give her our regards.
Well, with the mention of that, I got the opportunity to serve 2 terms with Louise, and her great advice to me, or a lot of great advice, but in humor, great advice. But it was a good one. Matt, you don't know when you're going to get your next meal. So if you stop at the local store, buy a package of bonbons, and that'll help you get you through. And she is correct. In this job, you find yourself running from one place to another, and will you get a chance to stop and even get a little bit to eat or something like that? But it speaks to public service. Again, I'll express similar expressions of appreciation that we've heard from everybody else. To put your name forward is very, it's courageous. I appreciate that. The sincerity that you express in your answers, very thoughtful and intent to truly represent your people. So I want to thank you for that. No matter what, where our decision is, whether we appoint you or whether we have to make that tough decision to go otherwise, you truly are committed to the community, and I want to thank you for that. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so we're going to swing back to housekeeping for everybody. I think it would be good if we took about 15 minutes, just to get your blood rolling again before we come back and do deliberation. At this point, deliberation, I think it's decision time associated with that, if that's where we desire to go, based on our conversation that we do have. We can invite all 3 candidates to sit in public forum with everybody else as we go through our deliberation and work towards our conclusion. Are you all okay with a 15-minute break before we come back here? Seeing a lot of nodding heads there. And so we have a lot of people that you don't see on the screen also that are they're bound to their seats, and they also need to take a break. So thank you everybody for being here. We will take a break for 15 minutes. I have 3:05, so let's come back at 3:20 and we'll begin there. Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
All right. Find my stand-up desk here. Okay. Let's check and see if we have our other board members on here. So I see Patrice out there. Excellent. Geronimo's out there. Let's see, there's Lena out there. And just see if we have Judy out there. And there's Judy. Fantastic. And with recording in process, that means Lindsay's out there. Rosie out there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I have two Roses out there. There you go.
I'm on two different computers at the moment.
Oh, there you go. All right. Not a split personality, just two computers. Rose is our attorney. I have to keep her, nice and still there. Okay, so I want to thank everybody that's been on the line and your patience through the process. And we have a very important decision that we have before us. And so a piece of what I'd like to do is, I just wanted to check in with the two representatives from Legislative District 7 that are on our Board of Supervisors, both Vice Chair Lena Fowler and Supervisor Judy Begay. And in deference to them, would they prefer to go first or last in our discussions associated with it? There's a preference to want to hear from the other board members prior to, and so and that's all we talked about is, do you want to go? When do you want to go? At this point, what we can do is we can start out by going through this, each board member providing observations. You have the potential of listing your number one candidate, or if not, pieces of your rationale of where you are and what's happening with this, and see if we can work through that supervisor by supervisor, see where we are in the end associated with this. I'm want to check in and just make sure everybody's comfortable with that. You okay if we proceed this way? Okay, we didn't outline a perfect strategy for doing this, and yet by the same token, this has usually worked for us. We can figure out what's going on, and I'm perfectly willing to start out in my observations. First piece is I want to thank each candidate that's come forward. Also, I want to thank the Democratic Party for providing three people that certainly care about their community and have different ways of expressing understanding of their communities, and they bring a heart and desire for public service to this. There's no question that there is a passion there, and their objectives are associated with their community and their care for their community. And so in terms of my observations and what I was looking at, I have in the back of my head, I'm often thinking of the state system. And as you look at the state system, how do you take what you see in the community and garner opportunity and work together and work through, and then provide a method to use the system and see if you can attempt to provide opportune moments for your community through the legislative process. As I listened to each of the candidates, I had different levels of experience that I observed. First and foremost, for Gwen, where I want to speak to, I see a passion in a youth here, somebody that really is serving their community, but you're in beginning phases of how to step into your community, and you absolutely are focused in a good way that you truly want to help out for your community. There's an opportunity in your life to continue to develop and help out and work really hard for your community. Next, I actually, listening to Teresa, my observations are more of engagement within the community at a local level, very much so, and definitely you bring a passion for what you want to do. You understand a lot of elements with your community. You will take time as well to work towards being a senator. You have a whole system that you'll need to work through. And then when I look at Pearl, similar idea. By the way, I did note that I did serve with your mother. I love Louise, but I have to say my decision is not based on any service associated with your mother. I love her. But we're looking for a state representative that will represent the broader district and the community. And I see a lot of systems think, less of the local conversation, but more of a systems think that I've seen with Pearl. I currently am going, I'm processing this. We've just observed. I didn't know any of the candidates more specifically associated with who they are and what they've been doing in their life and how they would perform this role. I have two unique figures. I think you both could do an excellent job, Pearl and Teresa, in representing your community. And actually working on Senator Pashlikai's agenda as well. You each brought that up. You also, she has great hopes that whoever steps into this position, that you continue to work forward on a lot of the initiatives that she was working on. But we also had the opportunity to hear your unique perspectives of how you might be able to go about that. And what you would do with that. So right now, and I'm not discounting Gwen. It's just I think Gwen, you have time. You have time to develop yourself and work really hard towards moving in this direction. But there, and I have many more observations. But these are my initial pieces to start the conversation. See if each board member might already have a number one candidate, and we might get there. These are my top two that I'm working through for different reasons for that. What I'll do is I'll go through pretty much a numeric process like we've been doing in deference, particularly towards Supervisor Begay and Supervisor Fowler, so they can listen to our comments. And really, we're interested in hearing your perspective. Your community, and representation for the sake of your community is very important in making this decision, and we respect that also. So I'll turn to Supervisor Horstman and provide you the floor.
Well, First and foremost, I want to thank the Coconino County Democratic Party for their time and energy in soliciting applications, their review of these applications, and their submittal of 3 unbelievably strong and dynamic women. And it has made it very hard for us on the Board of Supervisors. Thought it was going to be easier because they were going to do the heavy lifting, but I think they've made it very hard for us here on the Board of Supervisors. And I also want to thank these 3 candidates, not only for stepping up and being willing to apply to go to Phoenix, to apply to go down to Phoenix and to represent us there at the state legislature, but for the work that these 3 women have done within their community. And, someone, and I think it was Teresa Hatothali, talked about, that you need 2 ingredients, compassion and passion. And there's absolutely no question that all 3 of these candidates show that level of compassion and passion that make them leaders within their community and can provide the kind of leadership we need within LD7 and we need here in the state. So I want to thank them so much for the work, not only for stepping up, but for the work that they've done. And just, kind of going through the list, there's 3 criteria, 3 main criteria that I am looking to for fulfilling Senator Peschlikai's vacancy here in LD7. Number 1, obviously, to maintain Senator Peschlikai's legacy. She was elected by the people in LD7, and I want to honor their vote and their faith in her. And by looking for someone who will fill that seat and follow through on that legacy. She talked about those 33 bills on her desk. It's important that those bills get processed and move forward in the state legislature. And the second is it's important to represent all of LD7. We are so fortunate here in Northern Arizona, and we are so rich in diversity, so rich in different cultures. And I do think that's what gives us our strength. We have tribal lands in LD7, non-tribal lands, rural Arizona, urban cities and towns. It certainly is a strong multicultural district, indigenous, non-indigenous, Hispanic, Latino, African American, white folks. It is a huge responsibility and a huge commitment to try to represent all of LD7. And I think Senator Peschlikai has done such a great job in that, and I am looking for her predecessor to continue that level of advocacy and commitment that all voices are heard within LD7. And third, that is that although it's important, it's always important to try to reach across the aisle. It's always important to try to get negotiation and consensus and collaboration. But we also know at the state legislative level, it is very divided and it has been very contentious. And I think it's very important to follow in Senator Peschlikai's lead and in her leadership and be engaged in a very engaged part of the Senate Democratic Caucus down there at the state legislature. So those are my 3 main criteria. I have gone through, and I can do this now, Chair Ryan, on my overview of the 3 candidates, if you would like, or if you want others to, add in, I'll be glad to do that. So just tell me what you'd like me to do at this point.
Now, please, if you could, go ahead, Drew.
And as I said, this is hard. I think all 3 candidates are so strong and have different strengths that they bring. I look at Teresa Hatothali. She has spent basically her whole life within LD7 and within that neighborhood. Her work with youth, her work in education there at Tuba City Unified School District, now with the Dene College Foundation. And, I also take a look at the work she did during COVID when there were so many people on the Navajo and Hopi families in particular that were of great need, and starting that Navajo and Hopi Families Relief Fund. I'm not going to do it in Navajo because boy, would I screw that one up. But just her commitment to serving these folks that were in such need on both the Navajo and Hopi Reservation. Food, water, supplies, really we're on the front line in this pandemic. And I really give a lot of kudos to Teresa Hatafli and the rest of those that worked so diligently during this pandemic. I'm also going to take note of the vast number of letters that we've received in support. I think that's important, and I think it shows the depth of her experience within LD7. I also think just what she said, she espoused the values of the Democratic Party. She espoused the priorities of Senator Peshlikai, inequities, education, voter suppression, and least we forget, this is January 6th. And I think all of us know the importance of maintaining our democratic values. And what is the number one if it's not voting? So I really was pleased to hear talk about voter suppression and the need to stop voter suppression here in the state. Commitment to environment, public lands, water, education, LGBTQ rights. It kind of went on, basically the litmus test or the list, laundry list of democratic values. And then I looked to Gwen Ward, and Gwen, young, enthusiastic, mother of 2 small children, wants to make a difference. And you can hear that in everything she said and how she presented herself here today. She's active in her community. She puts herself out. She runs for offices to do something within her community. And she really has a desire to take this to the next level. And there's no doubt that she will. For me, I don't think that the next level for her should or can be at the state legislature. I think there's more work that can and will be done by her at the state or at the local level. And I know that she will work very hard for her community at that level. And it wouldn't surprise me if we don't see her at the county level or at a state level at some point in the future. And Gwen, thank you so much for putting yourself out there. That's a hard thing to do, and especially when you've got young children. So thank you. And then last is Pearl Yellerman. She and her family, she was born with a strong tradition of public service. She has been had as her mentor, probably one of the best public servants we've seen in our community. Her education and her service have taken her outside of LD7. And she has probably gained a whole lot of expertise and experience because of the work and because of the experiences that she had in Montana and other places that really did take her out of LD7. And I really appreciate that she came roaring back to us here in our community and being the executive director and a cabinet member for President Nez and his administration. Her incredible expertise and involvement in policy matters, from education to broadband to water to roads to housing. And certainly these are all concerns of LD7 as well. It really pleases me to hear her continued commitment, her willingness to run for this position, and her commitment to be making it a full-time position. So for me, it really is weighing between Teresa Hatafali and Pearl Yellerman to fill this vacancy. And again, I think all three are very strong candidates and have different things that they have to offer, but those are the two that stand out for me to meet those 3 criteria that I've outlined here at the beginning. So thank you very much, Chair and members of the board. I look forward to hearing your comments on this.
All right. Oops. There. Oh, good. I am off mute, so I can't find my mouse now and again, or the little thingy, the arrow. Next, Supervisor Baskins.
Well, thank you. First off, I'd like to say thank you for all 3 candidates for applying and for making it this far and going through this process. It is a grueling process because it is a big responsibility, even bigger than a supervisor responsibility. It's there's a lot that kind of goes into the role of a state senator, and I felt that two of our candidates showed the proficiency of being able to handle that responsibility. And so as I go through and reflect on what we transpired today, I'll start off with Miss Ward. I agree she's enthusiastic and has a great potential. I don't think this is the proper role at this time. And so I think that with the proper guidance and experience and taking the necessary steps, at one point, this could be a proper role, but at this time, I don't feel that this is the role for her. For the other two candidates, both of them were very articulate. Both of them had great experience working in public service in different capacities. And both were I was very impressed with both ladies and both of their experiences and what they brought to the table and the different angles that they bring to the table as potential candidates for senator. I think for me, the thing that would be the difference for between the candidates would be the amount of community support that came for the different candidates. And so I'm leaning towards supporting Teresa in the role because of the amount of community support and diversity of those letters of support. Because if it wasn't for that, when I put them side by side, they're both very capable and would make great representatives. And so for me, the difference is the community support and the community that's reflected in the letters that were submitted to the board. So, but again, I thank both of them, and I think they both did a great job in presenting themselves today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Now we'll turn to our two Board of Supervisor members that actually their areas and they live within District 7. And so I'll go to Supervisor Begay.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, for being here with us. These seats are getting softer and softer now with all the long board meetings that we're having or we have. I'm so glad. First of all, I want to really say thank you again to Jamie Tapesha for taking us this far. I really admire her for being bold and passing legislation. She's got 33 of them going, and so whoever we decide to put in there is going to have that duty and responsibility. So I just want to say thank you, Jamie Sita, again, and then also the Democratic office for forwarding three names to us, and they're the ones that recommended those people to, the applicants to us, or the three candidates. And then also, yes, I'm not going to speak about each one of them individually, but what I saw today was basically that all of them were willing to work with the rural, urban, and all the tribes within LD7. And that was conveyed to us. And the willingness to forego current duties and responsibilities that they have, like jobs, in order to take on this position. To me, that's, something that really important. As we have this job that's going to be a full-time job. You can't have a part-time job or a full-time job on the side. And so that's a given. And then some of them were aware of very important issues that we have in LD7. Of course, we have the economic development. We have policy, working with the policies and policy development and natural resources. We also have infrastructure, broadband, emergency preparedness items, and they're willing to advance the needs of all rural and urban and everyone within LD7. So that was really something that I thought that was, very important. And they all had good short and long-term goals, that they had, and that would really benefit LD7. And that's what we were looking for too. And then as far as how they would be able to communicate with everyone, if they were selected, as giving feedback. And also they even went down to saying radios and, newspapers, and above all, is being accessible, to everybody in LD7. And then also their willingness to run in the position for the next election. I think that really means a lot, And so, and I felt they were very well versed in the position and requirements and the duty and responsibilities of the position that they applied for. So all in all, I was very pleased. We had 3 strong candidates. And of course, we like to make sure that, that whoever we select and put in this position will be able to come forth and hit the ground running. And then also making sure that, there's positive feedback of some type. Because a lot of times you hear, that people were put in positions and we haven't heard back, what's going on, but this and that. But, I trust that these candidates can do that. So, but they're, I think, that's what I have to say. But I think overall, if we had 3 positions that were vacant, we just nominate all of them. But that's something that I was thinking, but I'm really, really glad, it's really hard when you're in as a public servant to put yourself out there, like, either win the election or not win the election, and sometimes, it's hard on you and your family, because of all the support that you had and all the time and effort that you put into it, and then yet, it doesn't fall through. So I just want to say, I wish all the 3 candidates, to continue and their community service and being out there as public servants, and like I said, 47 years of my life, I did that. I enjoy it. From the beginning, it was really hard, but as the years go by, it's getting easier and easier for me, and you learn to live with it. And one of the candidates, did that, lived it and walked it and talked about it, and so those are the type of things that has happened throughout the day. So with that, those are my comments and closing comments, for the interviews that we did today. Thank you.
All right. And then we have Vice Chair Fowler, Lena.
Thank you. We are in our county and how we work with tribes and all of our communities in our region is actually very good. It's not like this throughout the country. There are counties that do not work with tribes, don't work with rural communities. But in our state, with our counties, we try very hard to work with the tribes, and as well as the rural communities, our towns and our cities within our county. And that's why that was a big, we really listened out for that. I listened for that. That's just the diversity that we have. And then our issues, that we face today in these challenging times, voter suppression, with all these federal dollars that are coming through, and how is that going to really uplift the communities? Those are really issues that are before us, broadband, and all of these other very important projects that need to be addressed, and also just some policies that really is going to be have to be addressed at the state level, which is going to require working across the aisle, working with all the various parties and interest groups that are going to be knocking on the doors of these individuals. And that's a great challenge. And having to commit yourself to say that I will be there, and I will be there to be able to attend every session and make sure that I hear, listen, and learn, and be able to be the strong voice that our constituents need. That is what I've been listening for. and also just the how working with all facets from the local level understanding. And what I was very impressed with today is just the strong women that came out. And I'm so impressed and so grateful and so thankful to understand that, to learn that we do have strong women in our communities that are willing to serve the public and all public, not just within your own community, and willing to put yourself in front of the world and in front of your community and the county and the state to say that I'm the one that you should choose to be the state representative. I want to thank each and every candidate that was referred to us from the Democratic Party. I thank each of the candidates for giving us their time and to talk to us. When you're talking to us, you're really talking to the public. There's many that have logged in and that have called in and that are listening, and probably later on will also be looking at these videos that are being recorded right now. It's a public session. So I want to thank those that are taking the time to participate and to listen in on these meetings, because these elected officials are the ones that make decisions, that are going to be working with us and be our voice and at the state level right now. So I want to thank those that have called in and that have been joining us throughout the day. I want to thank the candidates. When you have a family, you're a mother, I'm a mother, and being able to say, I will be the one to be out there, that is a huge commitment. Thank you so much. And then the Democratic Party for referring these strong candidates to us, and just the whole process. I think it's just really impressive. And then just the knowledge that you bring, that you have brought to us to say that I know these are the issues and these are the ways they're going to be addressed. I will work with anybody and everybody. I think that's very important. So thank you so much. And I do hope we have only one selection. So I encourage the other two candidates and the candidate that we select to really make a commitment to this position. It is very important. The state is very divided. And we as counties, we have our own association that we are going to be, we have our own state priorities that we have outlined, and we will be coming before you and trying to educate you. We will be inviting you to come and visit our districts to educate you on the issues that we have, invite you to our small towns that we represent to say, these are the issues right here. This is what I want you to pay attention to. But I'm only going to be one of the thousands that are going to be knocking on your door. So I think it takes a lot of courage to be able to put yourself before for the people and stand there and say, I'm the one. So I'm just really impressed with that. So thank you so much. And I am just very thankful for the whole process today. And I want to thank our Board of Supervisors here to be very thoughtful process. So thank you so much.
All right, so observations of processes, some feelings of who would stand out. I'm going to kind of move us a little bit further. It sounds like we have two primary candidates, Teresa and Pearl. And so just to try and move us in the direction of making a decision on that, I'll start out and we'll go through everybody again here on it. Just by, a little piece there, you know, and listening to each Teresa and Pearl. The pieces I listened to, Teresa, I see more engagement at the local level, less of that broader area, and yet the engagement, that's so important to the people and the understanding of the people and her involvement. And there was a lot of support that came in. Now, granted, we're on a short timeline, and there's always an opportunity for any of the other candidates that just didn't take that opportunity to say, hey, let me get people that support me to send in support. So I also keep that in the back of my mind. What I saw with Pearl is a systems think. And when you're working at the state level, you need to be thinking in a broader systems way of affecting policy. So just by a hair, I put Pearl as my #1 candidate. But to be honest with you, I could support either of these candidates on that. So let me walk us back through. Patrice?
Well, it gets harder and harder as you walk us back through here.
Yeah, it does. We have to decide. Yes.
And you know, again, I think these are two incredible candidates, both who do a fine job. And I have to say that having to make a decision, which is what our responsibility is, I think that the person who has probably the longer current work within LD7 is Teresa Hatafali, and I think her depth and breadth of experience, and more current experience within LD7, to me gives her the edge. Not taking away anything from Ms. Yellerman, and for the reasons that you indicated, Chair, and others have pointed out, just very strong woman and strong leader. And but I think that for me, because of the local and breadth of experience that Teresa Toffoli has shown within LD7, it would, for me, I would lean towards Teresa Toffoli.
Okay. And then Geronimo, Supervisor Vasquez, you already noted, but you know, ask you again to make your statement of where you go.
Yeah, again, I would also go lean towards Teresa Hatafili. I hope I said that right. And for me, I could be comfortable with either candidate. I feel that they're both articulate. I feel they're both knowledgeable. But for me, the thing that really stood out was the level of support on the local level in terms of letters of support submitted to the board. And so if I had push came to shove, I had to make a decision, I'm going to lean that way. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
We'll swing back to you, Judy. Supervisor Begay.
I'm ready to okay, well, just like others are saying, you know, it's a tough decision, and when the motion comes and we vote, that will speak for itself. Thank you.
Lena? Vice Chair.
Well, we are very fortunate to have very, you know, I want to thank Gwen for putting herself in front of the public and saying that I will be your candidate. But I think you still need more experience, and and I really like for you to continue your community work and continue running for these offices. We have two very strong candidates, Patrice, Teresa, and Teresa and Pearl. And you know, Teresa has been working at the local level in all facets of community issues for a very long time, all through her career, as I know her. And also Pearl has done the same, but she's left and come back and to work on issues and very systemic thinking, and learned a lot from the Navajo Nation with her position. So I would lean towards Teresa Hatafi Belmore right now.
Right. So with that, I think we're seeing a direction that we're going. And what I would
she's gotten lots of support letters, just lots of phone calls, texts, just the support that has come in from all just the various areas of communities. It's just the overwhelming support that has come in.
all right. I think we have a decision. So I think we're moving towards a we need a motion. And actually, I'm gonna turn to the district representatives. I'll turn to I believe Supervisor Begay. Would you seem like you were ready to go with the motion associated with this? Would you like to do that?
Yes, I would. I'm honored to do so. But first of all, I just wanted to say, make a little statement here. I can't call the Edoshatan, call the Punza, the Dyson call the Sani, halt ego, then the hat at the Bezido, Yego, Baistado, Yego yet asked you, Jod then each of the Asane, non-mission dazi gishi oko doshi kishi kado bishi naso de ya gishi ye goni ka do was eza at so gishi ben nichen da has ti kodo it's in kishta ado ti do ha gishi on the ado banza ya ha ben nichen da has ti ko. But it's a very and I just want to say thank you, to the candidates, and then also that I just want to go ahead and proceed to do a motion at this time. And here is the motion. I move for the Coconino County Board of Supervisors to appoint Teresa Hatafi to fill the Legislative District 7 Senate vacancy and assume the position of LD7 as state senator. That's my motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Begay. I'll turn to Vice Chair Fowler. Would you like to second that motion?
I will second the motion, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, and then I'll go ahead and call for the vote, and then if we want to make follow-up comments, we can. But I also would like to invite let's call for the vote, and we'll invite the appropriate candidate up here, or new senator, I would say. Okay, all in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Including myself, I'll vote aye. And with that, we have a 5-0 vote in support of Teresa Hotapale. And Teresa, I'm already getting in trouble with my new senator here if I don't pronounce your name correctly. But congratulations to the other candidates. Thank you so much. Don't think any less. You could do the job well, but we really had a great field of candidates. Thank you very much for that. Follow-up comments by the board before we invite Teresa up here.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd just like to thank the candidates, the other two candidates, for their leadership, and it's good. It's refreshing to see Indigenous women take roles in leadership, and just want to continue to encourage them to do so, because they are the next generation of leaders for our various communities. And so I just want to throw out that encouragement and thank them for participating in this. And every time, these are just lessons to get you ready for the next time. So thank you.
All right. Anybody else?
I'd like to thank the candidates as well. Thank you so much for putting your application in. I encourage you to continue your public service, and also to work with the Democratic Party, who has recommended you at the county level as well as the state level, and also just continue to work in the communities that you're representing. And we're always here to help and with any way that we can. So thank you so much. Really impressed with the strong leadership. Thank you.
All right. Any further? Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, just really briefly, I think, again, thank you, thank you, thank you. And with this type of leadership, we know that we're in good hands. And I know we will be seeing all three of these individuals in various capacities moving forward. So thank you again for stepping up. We really appreciate it.
Well, what we would like to do is invite our new senator to an opportunity to provide comment.
Mr. Chair, the clerk is moving her over to panelist mode.
Excellent. All right. Well, we'll test out and see if you're out there. So, stepping into the new senator position, Teresa, we provide you the floor and the opportunity to come.
Yeah. Thank you, Coconino County Board of Supervisors, for your vote of confidence. To those on listening in on this call, this meeting all day, thank you very much. And then also for all the support letters, all the support that has come in. It's no easy feat, I know that. And I have role models in my home. My mom and my dad I always credit them as being my role models. And then also for the women leaders in my community, I'm so honored and privileged, to see and witness women leadership. That's what I see in Shada Dana Fowler, and then also Shada Judith Gay. And as mentioned earlier today, Shema Louise Yellowman, she's been there, gosh, for more than 20 years. And I've seen that, I've witnessed that. And so all across our nation, I think that when there comes the time, we answer that call of crisis. And we do it as we were taught, with prayer, and then with grace, and all the time resorting back to our foundation of what makes us strong, which is the teachings of our elders. And in every walks of life, it's always like that. So I'm truly honored, and it's been a privilege, this whole process. I've never been through a process so quick in my life, but and then to the individuals who have nominated for me for this wonderful opportunity, many thanks to you. I've never even thought about being in this position, but all the way around, like I said earlier, Senator Peshtakai Shitsui, I appreciate all that I have learned from her. And there's plenty of times that, I'm just in awe of her, but I think she set the bar high, and I have a big shoe to fill, and I also know that she's also the first woman who has been elected into the state Senate, and as a Native American, and that's something that's such a privilege, to break those glass ceilings and to continue to have that strong leadership. And so I always think of her as a shield, because she's a warrior, she's a combat veteran. And that's not something I take lightly, because I have veterans of my family and those who mentored and prayed and spoke to me years ago. So thank you. And I commit myself to this. I dedicate myself to this, and I will make those sacrifices that are needed to continue the work and advocate for Legislative District 7. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure and your dedication. We really appreciate it. We wish you well. We have a laundry list of asks probably like everybody else. And by the way, your whole world's going to change pretty quick here. So congratulations. Others, go ahead. Judy, do you want to respond?
You do have a great shoe to fill, and we are fortunate to have you here interviewing with us today and knowing all the issues that we have within the legislative district. And you heard the other board members saying that regarding other people that to be represented within legislative district. And your response was that you will, make sure that they are heard and that you would identify the issue and try to resolve and educate them. So, and I thought that was nice. And so I think it's really important that, you be transparent and then also to be resilient and then also to give us any kind of feedback, just like Lynn Bitsui is doing with the Navajo Nation, updating us on everything, so that's good. And, positive feedback. And if you're having anything that's stumbling block, you need help, we're here. You have 400,000 Navajos and other tribes plus, and, we have the whole county, LD and LD's legislative district, all the people there that are, I'm pretty sure somebody will be able to step up and, help you. And you're not going to go in this alone in our positions that way. We get daily emails, we get daily calls, we get, we're involved with a lot of committees on here within the county, and that's just the way it's going to be. So I think you have to go down by Monday, so I hope you get your sheepskin and or you get it together and throw it in the wash and get it going down south, But anyway, that's how we tease one another as siblings. So in the traditional. So anyway, for stepping forward and giving us the opportunity to interview you, and we are honored to have you represent us, and don't be a stranger. And like I said, we're here for you. So Deja.
Oh, yeah, Shate.
And Lena, Vice Chair.
Oh, thank you. Thanks so much for just your commitment to your people. And you've always been involved in the community. You've worked on so many different issues. You and I have worked on many together. And so to see you step forward for this very important position is so, I'm just very thankful. And also the state level, just, we're here to support you. If you ever need anything, we're here to support you. We're here to, you're from our county. We are here as Board of Supervisors to be able to support you. So just thank you so much. Really appreciate your confidence in yourself. That's what you have to have. You have to have your confidence in yourself to say, I am a beautiful woman and I'm going to do this. And I think that's great, a great testament for leadership and to a great role model for our communities. Thank you.
Yeah,
Right.
Shate.
Geronimo.
Well, I just want to say congratulations. You have some big shoes to fill and a large legacy to continue. And I have full confidence that you'll do so. And I can relate to the quickness of the appointment. My appointment was similar. I got appointed on a Friday, had my first board meeting on Tuesday. So I feel your pain. Get ready, it's a whirlwind. But I have complete confidence in you in being able to jump in and hit the ground running. So good luck, and we're supporting you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And then Patrice.
Yes, Teresa, congratulations. And I have to say, I think you're going to be a great person to carry forth Senator Peschlakai and fulfill her commitment for LD7, not to mention carry forth your own. And you said it yourself, you've got the compassion and passion for leadership and to lead us in LD7. And as said, we're here to help. You'll be lobbied by us, I'm sure. Because we all believe very strongly in fulfilling in public service and fulfilling commitments to our communities. So thank you, Teresa, for stepping up. And thank you, Teresa, for carrying on the legacy of Senator Peschlakai. Thank you, Senator Peschlakai, and look forward to working with you in the future, Teresa.
Thank you, Patrice.
So one last item before we conclude this. Next steps, which is reaching out to the Secretary of State, but let's see, Troy, could you explain that, or Steve, were you going to cover it? One of you two.
Real quickly, Mr. Chairman, Coconino County has not always done this process before, and so this is the first time I believe we've gone through the process as a staff, and so I want to acknowledge the staff, our county recorder, Patty Hansen, our elections director, Esler Musta, our, of course, clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, our deputy county attorney, Rose Winkler, and of course, Mr. Trey Williams, our public affairs director, for helping facilitate the conversation today. Staff will prepare the official notification to the Secretary of State and transmit that today. We will also be issuing a press release from Coconino County announcing the selection. And on behalf of the staff, we do want to congratulate Senator Hathaway on her appointment today. So, Mr. Chairman, back to you, sir.
Okay, so with that, noting that we do need to notify the Secretary of State, the other piece with our press release, but I would suggest that we have a courtesy outreach to our other government agencies within the district, just notifying them of our selection process. And once again, our congratulations to Senator Hathaway. And please help me pronounce your name someday, please. Can I get away with calling you Senator Teresa?
You may call me Senator Teresa, yes.
All right. Fantastic. All right. With that, very important opportunity. Look forward to the future. A lot that we all face together. I'll go ahead and adjourn this special session and thank everybody for their patience as we've worked through this.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, everyone. Congratulations. Bye-bye.
Thank you.